Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? Yeah, it always glitches up a little bit if I start the one server before I start the other one. It like freeze frames.
15 says, "Morning, Eric."
Morning. Hopefully everything's working. Audio's working. Pictures seems to be working. Let me know if there's any
James
issues.
Bond says, "Good morning, Eric. Hope your weekend went well, sir."
Busy. I tried to get a new streaming phone for us, but unfortunately, the lady wanted too much money, and I went there to look at it, and it come to find out she had an aftermarket replacement screen on it, and I'm like, it's not worth what you're asking for, and she wouldn't come down, so I had to walk away. And unfortunately, I can't.
15 says, "Looks good."
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't play the James Bond song right now. I found a MIDI version that I haven't had time to put up, but the official version got me a copyright. So I had to remove it from the live, which isn't the end of the world, but, it is what it is.
James Bond says, "I noticed that LOL it skipped ahead at the beginning."
Yeah, that's the issue that I have a little bit, is that if I start the one server before I start the other one, that was like 5 minutes ago, and then all of a sudden it goes, oh yeah, that's not the feed we should be doing anymore, and then it jumps to being live. So I added a new feature for you guys. You guys should see it on the bottom of the screen. Wi-Fi is Verizon. The iPhone 12 is T-Mobile, and then the other phone is AT&T. So you guys will be able to watch the percentages of where the data is going. Actually, it's not T-Mobile. I switched this phone off to T-Mobile. We got to put it back onto T-Mobile real quick. Cellular data. Alright. Hopefully that doesn't glitch the stream up too much.
James Bond says, "LOL okay Eric, that sucks. YouTube gave you a copyright strike. Hello to Lynn. I can't see the comments on the screen, LOL."
Yeah. Oh, I probably don't have it enabled. Give me a second. I was doing a lot of tinkering. And then we also, I think we turned them off last time we streamed, because we were trying to view something that the comments would have blocked. So give me 1 second. Checked. There we go. Thank you very much for reminding me.
Link 15 says, "Hi Chris."
Chat should now be on. Hopefully.
James Bond says, "Okay Eric."
Yep, there we go. We got chat. So, it wasn't really a copyright strike. It was more of a copyright warning. They gave me the option to have the AI delete the song or the music from the stream. So I chose that option. Then also the what is it? Vincent Price. Yeah.
@Stanchilka 272 says, "Hey Eric and Chris."
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So yeah, I'm gonna have to be a little bit more selective on my noisemakers so I don't get
Sweets Thing
copyright
says,
strikes.
Good morning, Eric. Chris, happy Monday, June 1st.
Good morning, Sweets. Good morning. I did turn the mic down a little bit because I was watching my video this weekend and I
James
did notice
Bond
it was
says,
a little hot.
Hi Lynn, hope you had a good weekend too, and yes, the chat is now working. Hello at Stanchilka 272 and at Sweets Things too.
Yeah, so hopefully I'm not blowing out the microphone. We're trying to get everything better. We got the Wii Boost antenna partially repaired.
At Stanchilka 272 says, Hey Sweets.
I didn't notice that the bottom of the post was also needs some love. So I'm going to give that some love this tomorrow or tonight. 2-part epoxy, baby. That's how we fixed
At
it.
Sweets Thing says, at Stanchilka 272 GTSY.
Yeah, we used some 2-part epoxy. And the bottom of the shaft needs it too. I didn't realize that. So we're gonna 2-part epoxy that tonight. But yeah, now you guys can follow along on the, like I said, Wi-Fi is Verizon.
Sound is good, Eric.
AT&T is the S23, and then T-Mobile is the iPhone 12. So you guys get to sit here and watch and see how much of a balancing act the data has to do to keep the stream going. And trust me, that was a lot of work to figure out how to make that work. It was not integrated into the app.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, Good morning.
Hi, Peace, Love, Sunshine. Good to see you. So today we're doing some customer complaints. You know, it happens. I mean, everybody, unfortunately, in Wisconsin wants that perfectly flat driveway. They don't want any type of a crown. When you put a little bit of a hump in the driveway, it helps with problems with runoff and stuff like that. But everybody just in their mind wants that perfectly flat driveway. And unfortunately, every once in a while, you get a little bit of puddling and stuff like that. So, you know, we're still number one in this, in the state. You know, we've got a 5-star review because we handle our complaints. We don't just brush them under the rug. So today is a day that we're going to be fixing complaints. It is what it is. We got a new charger for the laptop for in the truck, so we should have go-go juice for the laptop all day without having to rely on battery packs. Oh yeah, I got it. Somebody remind me when we get to the job site, I gotta dim the screen on the laptop. It just keeps it from overheating. No, I didn't set up the sound effects right now.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, no sound effects yet? I'm waiting for my entry sound.
Yeah. I didn't hook up the Stream Deck this morning. I was rushed for time. But I did buy a mount, so I will be able to mount the Stream Deck up on the dash. So I'll be doing that probably while we're sitting waiting for them to do the repairs or cut out or do whatever they have to do. We're gonna mount the Stream Deck, and then I'll play the sounds. But yeah, unfortunately, I didn't hook it up. I'm sorry.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, good morning, Chris.
I'm sorry, no sounds yet. but they'll be a lot more easily available come tomorrow. I just have to record some more that
Sleepy
are...
Joe says, good morning, 77 degrees in Mississippi.
Yeah. I got to record a few more that aren't going to get me copyright striked. So far, it's just been the Vincent Price laugh and the James Bond music.
James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362, good to see you, welcome in.
Yeah, good to see you. Choctaw, see, I'm getting it right. So yeah, hopefully you guys like that.
Cheers at peace, love, sunshine.
I think it'll be interesting to be able to watch the percentages of the data on the bottom of the screen, and it's also going to be nice for diagnostic stuff. Like if we go through the Bermuda Triangle of hell for cell phone data, we'll be able to see if any of the providers are trying at all, you know, and just go from there. So it'll be interesting for diagnostic purposes. Yeah, the only one I couldn't change the name for was Wi-Fi. It just comes up as Wi-Fi. But just know in your head that that's Verizon. I actually taught Fry something on how to do that. Fry didn't know how to do that, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's just real simple. So I educated him.
Jill woke me up, but I haven't had my ice cream cone.
Hey, Sleepy Joe, how you doing? So yeah, exciting things. I'm still on the hunt for a new streaming phone for you guys. Yeah, when I get a chance, I will buy one. I'm hoping one with a little bit better picture. And the big reason I want to upgrade the phone is iPhone 12s have an interesting little, I don't know if it's a design feature or it's a bug, but if they generate a little bit too much heat.
James Bond says, LOL, I can't see Fry admitting it, haha.
Oh, Fry knows that, you know, Fry is a very smart person. I will not take anything away from Fry. He is very smart. But I have a knowledge base that differs from him. So there are topics and things like all this multi-band streaming stuff. You know, there are just things from my life experiences that I know that Fry doesn't. You know. And I mean, he will be the first one to admit it. There are certain things that I probably know a little bit more about than he does. So, yep. But yeah, no, the reason I want to get a different streaming phone is because the iPhone 12, when it gets warm, even though I have it on a phone cooler, which keeps it from overheating, I mean, the phone can still get a little on the warm side. The screen dims down, and then I can't see anything that the phone is showing me because the screen goes dim, and it's like, well, whatever. So, I mean, I turned off another feature, you know, that supposedly keeps that from happening. Right now, the screen is bright. I can see it clear as day. When I first started the phone this morning, it was a little on the dim side. So we'll see what happens. But that's my biggest pet peeve, and the reason I want to upgrade. Which what I'll do is I'll probably buy a better phone for myself and then you guys will get this one, which is a 15 Pro Max. So 3 cameras, better image quality, better facial camera, so I'll even look better on the camera. So yeah, that's it. So that is the plan. That is the plan, Stan.
James Bond says, is it not possible to buy a cooler pack for the iPhone? As years ago I used to own a Western Digital Velociraptor hard drive and that had a cooler pack around it to keep it cool.
We've already got it hooked to a phone mount that has a built-in chiller built into it. And like I said, it keeps the phone from overheating and usually keeps it cool.
Sleepy Joe says, Eric, you were running like Windows OS called Atlas before you started streaming this time.
I used to run a operating system called Windows Atlas. I like it when I'm going to run a virtual machine on a server. I love that because it's a very lightweight version of Windows, but it can be very painful to try to get the networking working correctly because they've stripped out so much stuff. So if you need to do like file sharing,
says it's not possible to get any more handsome than you are. Handsome.
Well, thank you. It can be a real bear to consider and get the networking stack right so that you can do file sharing properly. So I don't normally run it as a daily driver operating system, but I do like it on virtual machines because it definitely uses a lot less system resources. So I do use Atlas. Right now we're running a Mac. We've actually got a Mac OS, which has some cool features. If I got rid of the picture-in-picture, there's an option where I can connect this phone directly to the Mac and use it kind of like a webcam as far as it's concerned. And I would drop about 2 seconds of delay. But I have no way to get the picture-in-picture.
Sweet things.
So that's where the issue comes in. I would have to run a second device just to get me on the camera. So, small sacrifice.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, have a great day, I'll stop back later.
Take care, peace, love, and sunshine. Maybe by then I'll have your sound effect hooked up. So,
Sleepy Joe says, I went to Windows 10 OS like I had that expiration date should be 2032.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Windows 10 still seems to be more stable than 11, but it is what it is. You know, they got to push their AI crap.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, I'll be expecting sound effects.
Well, if I've got time to set up the mount and mount the Elgato Stream Deck, then I will have sounds. Unfortunately, I got to be limited. I can't.
James Bond says, at Peace Love Sunshine, hope your day goes well to see you in a while.
So I don't know. I can't see. You know, the screen's a little too small for me to see what the network's going. But hopefully that's entertaining. You know, to be able to see it as I drive. Why Fry is consistently believing that I only need 2 networks. Now, we will keep in mind that you will see that the Wi-Fi is doing the least amount of work, because I've personally got it set up that the Wi-Fi only kicks in and takes a higher percentage when the other two are dropping out.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, have a good one, Chris, see you later.
So you will see that normally the Wi-Fi isn't pulling its weight, but that's on purpose. Because if I use too much data on the Wi-Fi, then they cut off the
James
service.
Bond says, I think Josh has unsubbed me, but I can't watch a guy just looking at a bush for 3 hours, so I unsubbed from his channel too. An eye for an eye, haha.
Yeah, I talked to him. I talked to Josh the other day. I was trying to help him out. His reason is, I guess, where they are, he's having too many issues with trying to stream, which I understand, trying to stream in remote locations. I get it.
888 says, good morning, Eric. I'm running Linux. Much better than Windows 11 and all that I crap.
Yeah, I mean, I like Linux. Linux is great till it breaks, and when it breaks, it's a nightmare to get back working. And unfortunately, there's just so much
Sleepy
stuff.
Joe says, remember to change my name to Indian Outlaw.
Okay, remind me on that when I have a moment and I'm stopped. So, I mean, I love Linux. It's just, unfortunately, Linux doesn't have the...
At Peace Love Sunshine says, by the way, I would love to see what signals are up here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Linux just doesn't have the software support. And that's always been Linux's Achilles heel, is that it's a really good operating
James
system.
Bond says, cheers at Peace Love Sunshine.
It's a really good operating system, and it runs on a lot of older hardware, so you don't have to update. And for the most part, it is pretty stable. And now that Steam has really embraced it, and you can actually game on Linux, it's getting better, but there's just certain things that, you know, is the reason it hasn't made it to the masses.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
a shame, as his channel was way better when he was in Texas.
Yeah. So, I mean, Mac has a little bit more software support than Linux, and it is based on a Linux style kernel. So, in my mind, Apple is kind of the best version of Linux in a sense. But it is what it is.
Sleepy Joe says, have you checked with going with US Mobile? They have all networks you are using, which could be considerably cheaper.
The streaming phone is on US Mobile. It has their T-Mobile service and their AT&T service, and it's not the magic you think it is. They will let you pick two networks, and then the phone will automatically switch from one network to the other only when there is absolutely no data. It will not pick whichever one's faster, whether it's on the...
Thomas Vermeeren says, hey y'all, I see a 2x speed 7 and repeat and chatting IRL.
Okay. So it will only switch automatically. Doesn't matter if you're on the Android S23 or if you're on the iPhone. When it absolutely sees zero complete connection to data, then it'll auto switch to the other network. Now you can go into the app and you can choose another network, which is nice. So let's say right now I've got T-Mobile and AT&T and I want to switch to Verizon. I can switch one of those lines over to Verizon, which is great. It works, but it's not an automatic, as you drive, it just switches all the networks, which would be great if that's how it worked, but that's not how US Mobile works. So, I mean, if you were an IRL streamer going to certain locations and you find out, hey, I've got shit service at this location, and you needed, before you went live streaming, you needed to switch your network quickly to one that performed better, that's great. But doing driving, it doesn't auto switch, unfortunately. But it is fairly reasonable. I will give it that. It's comes out to being about like $25 a month for unlimited everything. So, I mean, so far it's pretty good, at least for the first year. And I haven't had any complaints. Seems to do the job. So, I'm actually going to switch the T-Mobile phone over to it because I'm paying $66 a month for T-Mobile. I got to wait till about the 20th so I get all my data that I paid for out of it. And then I'm going to switch it over to US Mobile on their T-Mobile, or on their AT&T version, which is going to cost me about $25 a month. So, stupid me, I forgot taking this road is pointless. I could have just gone straight. If we're going where I think we're going, we didn't even have to come down this road. We could have just gone straight, and I don't know why the GPS is routing me this way.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, item 2U2, made.
Yeah. So hopefully that education on US Mobile will help somebody.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren cheers.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Highway T.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's taking me down this road. Because it's going to reconnect me back up to the road I was on. So I should have just went straight, but just slightly distracted.
Turn left onto Honeymoon Hill Road.
Oh, okay, maybe we're going to a different place. So maybe this was the right way. I should have more faith in my AI overlord that knows where I'm going. I shouldn't second guess it. Here I am second guessing my AI overlord. And here it knew where it was going and I didn't.
In 1 mile, turn left onto Honeymoon Hill Road.
Yeah, I did a lot of testing and tuning this weekend. I was trying to do things to bring the latency down, so we had more, of a quicker response time. I think I have it down to about, to Rumble it's about 10 seconds. I'm not sure what it is.
Sleepy Joe says,
to
at his
YouTube.
target, Verizon is work and T-Mobile is something on US Mobile.
Yeah, there's light speed, warp, and dark side or whatever, or dark star or whatever. Yeah, I was able to Google them and figure out which one's which.
Skynet the AI overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank
Turn
you.
left onto Honeymoon.
There's our AI overlord speaking as we speak. Gotta love the AI overlord. I mean, I will sit here and tell you, as my daily driver phone, my favorite.
At Stanchilka 272 says, here in Alabama we get Boost Mobile with unlimited data for $25 a month. It's great.
Yeah, my favorite plan right now is visible. That one has not let me down. That one has just been a great service. I pretty much have data.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chalk, we have Orange Proximus Yellonet as main operator providers at Belgium.
I mean, Verizon, it's on Verizon's network. It's Verizon's own pay-as-you-go. And, I mean, it's great. The difference is that the big reason I need 3 cell networks is it's not, it's different when you're live streaming. When you're just using your phone, you're consuming data. You're pulling it from the internet. You're sending very little data back. You're making a request. You're saying, hey, I want to open this page.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Telenet.
But when you're live streaming, you're doing nothing but pumping data up to the internet. And that's where the issue
Sleepy
comes
Joe
in.
says, visible is Verizon.
Yep.
I'm finding the other job address and having you guys go there because we don't need all this here now. We can go to the other job.
Okay.
Let me find it up there.
Cool beans. So I guess it was just a very minor patch that they don't need all the equipment. So, I mean, I personally, as a consumer, consuming data instead of live streaming, visible works great for me. That's my choice. That is my preference there. Let's see what. Can I click full screen? Yeah, there's full screen. There we go. Now I can monitor what's going on too. So like Wi-Fi Verizon is kicking ass right now. So yeah, so the Wi-Fi, even though it's set to be the one.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chalk the Bwilchin Internet's excellent, by the way.
So Verizon is set to be not used unless it has to be, and it's being used. So right now Verizon is doing the heavy lifting, where you guys can see that AT&T and T-Mobile are really not pulling their weight. Oh, also AT&T is the phone that's on the Wii Boost, if anybody's curious. I know, I'm just over inundating you guys with stuff you guys probably don't care about. So the Wi-Fi is the router that's got external antennas outside, and the AT&T S23 is the phone that is on the Wii Boost. And then the iPhone 12 T-Mobile is the streaming phone, which doesn't have any external antenna or anything. So it just is what it is. Okay, on to the next job.
Starting left to 7,350 Far Round Lake Road. Head north on Honeymoon Hill Road.
Hopefully this is interesting to somebody. So yeah, so this is a very minor patch job. Ah, damn it. Get in there. Missed a gear. We'll start off again. Yeah, I figured out on the AT&T phone, we've already used 70 gigabytes just on the AT&T phone. I was looking, I happened to look at it because I wanted to know when I could switch over to US Mobile, and yeah.
Sleepy Joe says, I have zero Verizon but is TracFone S carrier, but I may get them to switch me over to their side T-Mobile coverage because in almost 30 years with them no service here.
Well, I mean, so far, I mean, this isn't an advertisement for US Mobile, but I mean, it is a nice feature that if your phone has the capability of an eSIM, they can hook you up right away. You don't have to wait for the SIM card to come in the mail. And if you find out that AT&T, if you get their cheapest plan, the cheapest plan that they have per month, and let's say you pick
Sleepy
T-Mobile.
Joe says, Thomas, what is internet speed and cost there?
Let's say you buy T-Mobile and T-Mobile doesn't work for you. They do give you an option. On the cheapest tier, it's $2 to change, but you can change to a different provider. You can switch to AT&T.
At Thomas Vermuren says, Chalk, all our media broadcastings and providers are fully internet-based nowadays.
So you can change to AT&T or Verizon. They just charge you $2 transfer fees. Where if you're on their higher end plans, they include it for free.
James Bond says, I bet you will be glad when you get an automatic truck one day, Eric. Haha, I hate driving a manual as in heavy traffic when it's like 100 degrees out. It's not fun.
I don't think about it. The only thing that screwed me up was muscle memory. I usually start off, this is a 10 speed, okay? We're not loaded to 80,000 pounds. So I usually...
Thomas Vermuren says, Chalk, around 40 euros month.
I usually start off in 4th gear, and then I flip up the divider to go into high range, and I go 6th, 8th, 10th. You know, that's usually, so I drive it like it's a 4-speed.
Sleepy Joe says, US Mobile's plan's always been best.
Yeah. So I drive it like a 4-speed. I started off in 2nd because I knew I was on a hill, and I went to shift into 6th and forgot I had to go into 4th.
Thomas Vermuren says, Chalk, ultra speed here at Bell.
So that was 100% my goof up. I just forgot that I started off at 2nd instead of starting off in I hope this is good. That's a really bad road for a truck. There's no way for me to look down to see if there's a train coming. So yeah. Yeah, so that was a goof on my behalf. I forgot I had to hit 4th before trying to go into 6th. The shifting doesn't bother me. I mean, would it be nice? Yes. Is it a lot nicer on the job site when you're trying to back up to the paver? Yes. I don't have to with this truck, I got to ride the clutch. I can't fully let the clutch out because it's got way too fast gears going backwards. So I'm constantly riding the clutch, backing up to the paver, so I don't hit it too hard.
Sleepy Joe says, Thomas, what is ultrasoil? At Thomas Vermuren says, Chalk, we have fiber internet here.
This is a really shitty... Oh my god, this is such a stupid intersection. They should have just curved the road so that it would have been 90 degrees, but they had to do that stupid island thing.
James Bond says, it's definitely easier than driving a truck in London where it takes literally 1 hour to go from Greenford to Hanwell LOL. It can drive a person to madness haha.
Most definitely. I don't know. I think it's a cool little addition to be able to see what the cell companies are doing. I mean, we can see that T-Mobile's starting to kick in, take a little bit more to load.
At the stop sign, turn left onto US 151.
I gotta change the names a little bit. I didn't realize that I did iPhone 12, then T-Mobile, and on the other one it's AT&T.
TV says, did you watch the NVIDIA keynote last night? It's pushing my Adobe stock back up.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so no, I didn't. Oh, NVIDIA.
Turn right.
No, I didn't. Luckily, I could see the chat. I like it. No, I was testing and tuning. Actually, I was.
James Bond says, and that is why I refuse to drive a truck in England again. No
Yeah.
one will do that job for minimum wage and be treated bad by the company as I
Turn right
was.
onto Weeks Road.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why. No, last night I was sitting here and I was driving to Fond du Lac.
Thomas Vermeuren says, I live at SCN, nearby Metropole Antwerp W. Lot of trucks for all the many economics here. That's here and live and born at the Metropole.
Okay, that's weird. The streaming phone had low bitrate to the.
James Bond says, good morning Fry.
Okay, that's weird. This right now was a connection between the streaming phone and the laptop that it did all that. So for whatever reason it got stupid between the streaming phone and the laptop. I'll have to look at that.
Thomas Vermeuren says, hey Fry, which kind of froze to Faye? Hickey, what's up? James Bond says, I wish someone had taught me about stocks and shares years ago, as I would not be a peasant if they had, haha.
Yeah. I wish I would have had money to put in the stock market years ago. I'm only at the point in my life where I've got a little coin that I could do it.
Turn right.
Thomas Vermeuren says, hi Fry, I am at Mont Daily Walk.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is between the phone and the laptop that this is happening. This isn't,
@FryTV says, shares of Adobe continued their upward momentum Monday morning as new hardware developments from Nvidia encouraged further rotation into the AI sector.
Yeah, I don't know why it's the connection between the phone and the computer that's acting up. This isn't the actual live stream.
In about 3 miles, turn right.
Hey Chris Ayers 007.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. For some reason,
Hey Thomas Vermeuren.
for some reason, the phone and the laptop are just not. I mean, the Wi-Fi's here. They're connected. The Wi-Fi in the truck. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure why that would do that.
James Bond says, @FryTV cheers Side 2 mate, hope your weekend went well.
I mean, the phone's not hot, but yeah, it's still testing and
Why
tuning.
has the signal gone? That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know. The actual streaming phone, which isn't streaming to the web, it's streaming to the laptop, had bad connection to the laptop, which is weird because it's connected through Wi-Fi in the truck. So yeah, I can't explain that one. I mean, we're using a standard SRT protocol, which is nothing overly fancy. So yeah, that's really weird that it would lose connection. So it just needed a break. That's what it needed. It needed to reset itself, and it just needed a break. But see, at least now I know. You know, I could look at the data.
Vermeuren says, soon 4 p.m. in DST at Bell, guys.
Yeah, we can see that the Wi-Fi is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. That hotspot is putting its work in.
Sleepy Joe says, I learned by the corporate company ours became from buying up companies regionally and then going nationally and later consolidating with the world company is how I learned 401k and stocks.
Oh, by the way, the Verizon's actually visible. So. And now we're on T-Mobile. Now T-Mobile's doing the heavy lifting.
James Bond says, Vince nearly got killed on his live stream on Saturday. Don't know if you seen what happened, but he was saving a turtle in the road and 2 nutters in Audis came flying at him, forcing him to jump fast.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't get to watch a lot of other streamers because I just don't normally have time. Now we're back to the Wi-Fi.
At the stop sign, turn right, then keep left.
Yeah, this is the information that we ended up needing because, you know, if I can cut out a cell service, I don't think I'm going to be able to. But if I can, that saves me, you know, $30-some a month. I still think we're going to need all of them.
Keep left. In about 3.5 miles, turn right onto Main Street.
Sleepy Joe says, "Who, Chris?" James Bond says, he made the mistake of not blocking the road. He parked on the verge and was stood in the middle of the road. These two crazies came flying at him at like 90 miles per hour, so it was lucky he got out of the way.
Definitely, definitely. And on top of it, not just saving that turtle's life, you probably could have saved their lives too, because they were whipping along and they hit that turtle shell, man.
At Fry TV says, was very busy with work this weekend. At Chris Ayers 007 found out I will have no days off for a long time cause someone has to have heart surgery, but I am happy it's not me have the surgery.
Yep. Yeah, so Fry was doing all the programming, I think all week, and then the other guy was doing the programming during the weekend. So now Fry has
James
to
Bond
do
says,
the programming
at
all
Choctaw
week.
County 8362, the storm chaser who lives in Wisconsin.
Yep. So now you can see T-Mobile is carrying pretty much all the load.
Sleepy Joe says, what is the channel?
You can go ahead and post it if you want. There, Chris. I don't mind. Now AT&T is taking up the load.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, sorry to hear you have to work more hours, Fry, but on the bright side, more money in your pocket. Hopefully the person having heart surgery will be okay.
See, this is what I'm telling you. Right now, like, we're between Verizon and AT&T. T-Mobile's doing almost nothing.
Sleepy Joe says, but what is his channel?
Chris will probably post it soon. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Chris. Hopefully he'll post my channel in his chat, you know. If any of you guys go over there and sub up, yeah, you know, Mechanic Eric posted your link, or had your link posted. You should post his link.
James Bond says, yeah, Eric, the two guys in those Audis were rookie storm chasers by looks of it, and they were going hell for leather.
Turn right.
Yeah.
Cheers, Eric.
Yep.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Main Street.
At Fry TV says, I will not be getting paid more. At Chris Ayers 007, I get paid a flat rate.
In about 4 miles, take a slight right turn onto West National Avenue.
Fry will just be happy to get paid, period.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, that sucks.
So now we're in AT&T country.
Railroad crossing ahead.
Sleepy Joe says, Chris was the link to Odyssey Kim?
Now here I got almost no Verizon, almost no T-Mobile. It's almost 100%
At Thomas Vermeer
AT&T.
says, Chalk, we have more expensive on Ethernet that's damn good. James Bond says, I mean Vince has sort of promoted this channel, Eric. He has said he's seen you around Wisconsin a few times now, but I will ask him to post your link in his next live stream.
That's okay.
It's hard for him as he gets like 1,000 viewers on a stream, so seeing me out of all of those people is not easy.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't realize this channel was so popular. It'd be nice to have that problem.
Sleepy Joe says, that's not good fry. At Fry TV says, it's all good. I tell people all the time your health is your true wealth. At Chris Ayers 007. At Thomas Vermeer says, Chris, indeed UT's also a promotional thing too.
I just realized that information in
James
the corner
Bond
is a little
says,
small.
at Fry TV, yeah, hopefully I survive my surgery next month. LOL, gotta have like 13 teeth pulled out. Don't drink cola as eventually it rots your teeth. The crazy thing is I can eat fine and no pain. LOL.
Then why are they pulling them?
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeer, yeah.
In 1 mile, take a slight right turn onto West National Avenue.
At Thomas Vermeer says, Chris, indeed better 0 PR just waters. James Bond says, yeah, 153,000 subs is a lot of subs.
That's crazy. Well, it took them a while to grow the channel. Hopefully I get there.
At Thomas Vermeer, yeah. At Fry TV says, I am happy I get to work from home at my old age. LOL.
Yeah.
Take a slight right turn onto West National Avenue.
Sleepy Joe says, we can read the upper right text.
Okay. But the question is are you on a computer or are you on a cell phone?
Turn right onto
Because
Round Lake
I
Road.
want it kind of big enough that somebody can see it on a cell phone. I think it used to be
AI
bigger.
Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell. Share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I think it used to be bigger, which I can confirm. Because the phone isn't actually broadcasting that data. That's actually the laptop. So
James Bond says, because what happened was I had amalgam fillings and they fell out leaving like half a tooth, and the dentist said the
Oh,
roots
yeah.
are infected, so best to get them out. I have to then have clip-on dentures.
Gotcha. Yeah, I had some dentist fuck up my teeth too as a kid. Convinced my mom it was a money grab. That's all it was, because I've never had problems with any of my teeth.
At Fry TV, LOL, in your 50s is not old age, haha. My uncle is still working and he's nearly 80 now, haha.
But a dentist went after my mom and did the metal fillings on 4 of my teeth. And those are the only teeth I've ever had a problem with, where they chip. And then I have to have them fixed. I actually got one right now. I got a broken tooth. The corner of the tooth broke off because there's not enough structure. Because they drill out like 90% of the tooth to put the metal filling in. So I had the metal fillings replaced
At
with...
Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, if I promo ya job at ya YT lives, that's gonna be a good thing if you do that, or not as product placement. PPU put it NIA, at Mama Tadala.
Okay. But yeah, I had the metal fillings replaced with the newer stuff that they got, the newer replacement fillings. And yeah, and it was...
Joe says, you probably need to change I am streaming to TV.
Okay. But yeah, the metal fillings don't have any bonding to like hold the tooth together, where the new stuff is like an epoxy. It glues the tooth together. So in idea, it was supposed to make the tooth stronger, but I still have corners chipping off, and those are the only teeth I ever have any problems with. So had that dentist not been a little crook doing a money grab, you know.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I am an IRL vid, guys.
Yeah, we're about to get to the job site, so I'll make some tweaks.
James Bond says, yeah, I had 13 of those fillings and I am glad they fell out as the amount
away that much tooth. Now what the hell's going on here again?
At Chris Ayers 007, I've got this running. I'm staying busy. I'll check back.
I have no idea what happened. The Wi-Fi took a shit. I had to restart the Wi-Fi router to get it going. No idea why that happened.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, my mom ordered my new TV.
So we should be, yeah, we're back to live. Yeah, I don't know what happened. The Wi-Fi in the truck just completely went down.
At Fry TV says,
I don't know.
Yes, you are right. I need more time off at Choctaw Countiwick 8362.
So yeah, I'm not sure what the heck happened. I had to restart
Hey,
the
at
Wi-Fi
Lisa
router.
Web Q3B.
So I may have to hardwire the laptop to the router or something. I never foreseen the router shutting down. Or I may have to relocate
At
the
Lisa
router.
Web
It might be too hot
Q3B
there.
says, hello Fry.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta go unload this trailer. Let's see.
James Bond says, at Fry TV 40-year-long resume a lot of work you have done sir with many different companies. Okay, at Sweets Things.
So yeah, I don't know what the hell happened.
At Sweets Things says, he did IT. I told you he would. Great job Eric.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Let's see what happens.
James Bond says, okay Eric, glad you have resolved the gremlins. At Lisa Web Q3B says, I can't wait to get paid on the 3rd. I will buy my own iPad. Sleepy Joe says, Fry, anyone can come help you out? At Fry TV says, yes, at Chris Ayers 007, and I have done 3 times more stuff in the last 26 years that what's on my old bio. I need to find the time to update it. James Bond says, cool at Lisa Web Q3B, but I think the Samsung Galaxy tablet may be better. Good morning to Elijah. At Lisa Web Q3B says, okay, I will look. At Walmart. James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, a lot of work. My resume is only 20 years and I've not worked in as many different roles as you have. At Lisa Web Q3B, the Samsung tablet is a lot cheaper than an iPad and just as good from what I know. At Fry TV says, I wish at Choctaw Countiwick 8362 I never had kids. At Lisa Web Q3B says, gotcha. James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B, cheers. At Lisa Web Q3B says, cheers Chris. Sleepy Joe says, Fry, that's a large CV. James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hey Lisa, here it is always. Sleepy Joe says, Fry, you have any friends who could help you? At Lisa Web Q3B says, hello Thomas. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you. At Lisa Web Q3B says, I'm having scrambled eggs, biscuits, bacon and coffee at Whataburger. Pablo is 67 just followed. Yo, I swear your name looks familiar, face with tears of joy. Feels like I've seen you around before somewhere. NGL, you've got good vibes and the stream has been entertaining, so I figured I'd finally say hi instead of lurking. If you're on Discord, my username is VoltedFlex. At Fry TV says, it's all good at Choctaw Countiwick 8362. I just take it one day at a time, just happy to still be above ground. James Bond says, okay Lisa, enjoy your food. At Lisa WebQ3B says, oh, I'm done eating. OMG Chalk. James Bond says, welcome in lurkers. Sleepy Joe says, I asked you before if you wanted me to help because you must be financially well off, right? At Lisa WebQ3B says, yes, he should be punished, Chalk. Are you okay, Chalk? At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chalk, let be peaceful. Dr. Rick Sanchez says, "Damn, that's a big machine." At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hey doctor, I can see in Tepi Ben chatting lib."
Hello. I didn't even put the antenna outside. That's actually pretty good. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. Why the Wi-Fi router just was not playing fair. I may have to put some holes in it and put a fan on it to do some active cooling.
James Bond says, at Dr. Rick Sanchez, welcome and good morning.
That's weird. Yeah, I may have to drill some holes in it and put a fan on her.
Not them using it on me. I'm not okay. If corrupt sheriff got hold of this cover-up he has let go on for 4 years by illegally sending me to mental hospital for weapons he knows exists.
So yeah. Welcome back, everybody.
James Bond says, welcome back, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the router overheated or that's what I'm going, that's the assumption I'm going under. Is that the little storage spot isn't getting enough airflow.
Sleepy Joe says, Thomas, what did you say about peaceful?
And being that it's passively cooled, that it may need.
TV says, is the voltage stable going into your router?
Yeah, it's a computer laptop power supply that is a stable 19 volts because the router supports from anywhere from 9 to 36 volts.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, the Dr. C live on gross scale only and everyone equal to him.
I'm thinking it just got too hot. Because when I touched it is well, it's always been warm to the touch, but I'm thinking it's a heat issue.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, how many miles on that truck?
433,849 exactly. So I'm thinking the truck might have gotten too hot and the Wi-Fi router got too warm. So I'll make some speed holes. Go at it with a drill, fucking mount a fan to it. Find some place inside of it that provides 12 volts and or 5 volts, and I'll just and we will
At Lisa Wet
we will
Q3B
speed
says,
drill it.
how is your weekend, Eric?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Can't complain. Can't complain at all. I did a lot of testing and tuning. I made this little Wi-Fi thing on the bottom. Oh yeah, we wanted to make that
Dr.
bigger.
Rick Sanchez says, is that a lot? Or how many is a lot?
I mean, usually 1,000,000 miles is a lot. Let's see. So let's see what the phone's interface does when it overlays. That'll tell me how much bigger I need to make it. Because the phone's interface was pretty good. Oh yeah, significantly bigger. Alright. So we'll have to stretch this out just a bit.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, that's good to hear.
Yes, sir, Bobby. Alright. So we gotta go to scene widgets.
James Bond says, yes, speed holes are the answer. Homer Simpson put those on his car and it made it faster, haha.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what size we have this one set as.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, my weekend was nice eelking and shopping all on one, and today I quit Monday on Lidwa. Nammed Wayer from the vending machine only and now walking back home. Nice arch-tip tires at mine. Thanks.
There we go. That's the same setting as it used to be.
At Lisa Web Q3B said, it's also religious harassment because I don't observe these types of sexual lifestyle that goes against God's word.
That was my stupid. I went to close out the app I was using to remotely control this, and I closed out Moblin. So that was 100% on me.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I can't believe half of this year is gone already.
That was 100% on me that dropped. I ended up hitting the wrong X mark to get out of the app I was using to remotely control the stream, and I accidentally killed it. Whoops. Oh boy. Fun. So we got audio? Let me double check. That everything.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Doctor, I walk 2 hours a day outside and use ma live more than only on side.
Turn up the volume, make sure we got some audio. Yeah, got audio, it's all good. Sweet! Got the AC cranked so I can put some speed holes in. Speed holes fix everything, right? That's the answer. Speed holes for the win. Oh. Speed holes for the win. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, what's the furthest drive you've ever done in that truck?
Well, I mean, we're a dump truck, so I mean, I'll sit here and I'll show you. So that's the truck that we're driving right now. We just disconnected the trailer with the equipment.
Sleepy Joe says, I just went to stretch and locked up my shoulder all the way down to my hand.
So we stay pretty local. I mean, I think this only had like 200,000 when we got it, so I've put over, 233,000 on it,
James Bond says, LOL.
So, I mean, really, we stay within about a 150-mile radius of Manitowoc. So we don't go overly very
Thomas
far.
Vermeeren says, okay Chalk, I saw it on Dodge, so, I've no problem WU.
But we do a lot of laps. So I'll be driving all day long. I'll put on, I mean, there are times when we have busy jobs where I'll just be doing laps back and forth between the asphalt plant and the job.
Sleepy Joe says, I know, I misinterpreted some of your words. All is good with you.
Where I could put on, 400 or 500 miles in a day easy. We're gonna change this name scheme real quick. It'll probably piss it off. We're gonna disconnect AT&T for a second so I can change this name. Goodbye, AT&T. So we completely disconnected AT&T for a second there. Now we're restarting it. There we go. AT&T's back on the job.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, chalk different languages on this globe. He.
It's pink. That's such a girl thing. I found a tablet I want.
At
It's
Lisa
pink.
Wet Q3B says, I have found a tablet I wanted, Chris.
Girls buy by color, guys buy by specs. I found a tablet I want. It's pink.
It's pink.
I just think it's funny. Sorry. I'm glad that you found something you like.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's just it's funny. That's how women shop. They shop by how it looks, not the specs, not the all that stuff.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, how's the weather at the UK today? At Belgium lesser temp and tomorrow rain. We need it. Belgium soon too hot when it's hot. He. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, how do you cope with idiotic drivers that cut you off?
You just get used to it. I mean, when I lived in Milwaukee, it was really bad because I was always driving through city downtown traffic. You start to anticipate
James
stupidity.
Bond says, okay at Lisa Wet Q3B LOL, what brand is it?
You just start anticipating stupidity, and once you do that, nothing really shocks you anymore. I mean, I've been doing it for years. I've been driving for, I don't know, I can't even tell you how
At
long.
Lisa Wet Q3B says, LOL. At Fry TV says, LOL.
Yeah.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, yes.
Trying to clean up some stuff.
I'm girly girl.
Yeah. There we go.
LOL.
Got that set up. I gotta make a phone call. I've got to order something.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lita, heat at the bus at Tomboy, hitty.
Alright, I gotta turn
James
off
Bond says,
TTS
at
for a
Thomas
minute.
Vermeeren, weather's been okay today, still hot though, sweating my nuts off in my car with no AC, LOL.
Alright, gotta make a phone call real quick. Gotta turn off TTS. I'll be back with you guys in a minute. Alright, we're back. So the boss broke. Well, I guess it's a fair thing to say the boss broke. The boss broke the tip off of one of the spray nozzles. If you guys see, let's see if we can show you real quick. I hate pulling the phone out of that mount. Alright. See that little spray nozzle right there? Well, it's got like a little screw-on tip, and he really likes the tips. And somehow he clipped it and broke one of those off. So I'm trying to order another one of those, but Caterpillar's like, well, that's not a cat part, so I'm gonna have to look it up. And I'm like, well, dude, it's not that big of a deal. Got the country club people. There's like some type of country club back there. So we got country club people that don't know how to drive. They're freaking out because it's tight. It's a tight cut. We do have the boss's truck. You should have parked on the correct side of the road. Putting it on the other side makes the road tight, but it is what it is. There we go. Oh, I forgot to turn TTS back on. Sorry. My bad. Can you ever forgive me?
Thomas says, Kai's the LED time temp with the self car wash, say it on the go at mine. James Bond says, okay at Thomas Vermeuren.
Had to let the boss know to go move his fucking truck. Because you're in the worst possible spot. Get that heap of shit out of here.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, it look real rural out there. How far is the closest pilot or Loves?
Oh, we don't have a lot of pilots in Loves, period. So, Sheboygan, I don't know. When I stop for a second, we can.
Thomas Vermeuren says,
we can look.
Chris, how Zipper's putt side? Also very walkable for you too?
I can look on my app and see how many miles the nearest pilot or Loves is. But yeah. Yeah, just give me a minute. Gotta back up and get some asphalt loaded. I might have to move the camera. Sometimes he'll have asphalt fall.
Thomas Vermeuren says, Doctor, Bob, you are the lucky R.
as much as I'd like to show you what he's doing back there, unfortunately, a lot of times he'll drop asphalt off the side, and I don't want to take a chance of destroying a $150, well, $208 to replace camera. So, as much as I'd love to keep this, well, what I could do, I could put you guys on the tripod. Let me
At Thomas Vermeer says, DR is born at Independence Day. Fam epic for you. You have always free at Jabby days.
Son of a bitch. See if that works any better. There we go.
Sorry, I was wrong. Independence Day is July 4th. Sorry, LOL.
Hello. Speaking. Hey, how you doing? Okay, that's fine. Can you ship them to me? Can you drop ship them directly to me? Okay. Yes. Give me 1 second. All right, we should be back. Everything should be back. Should be working. We should be working. Yeah. Let's see. Turn up the audio. Make sure I get audio when it comes back. All right, we should be back. There we go. So we got audio. Yeah, I pulled the router out of its little cubby hole so it can cool off a little bit. I don't know. I mean, we'll lose the picture-in-picture, but I could definitely try. There's something else that we could try. I don't know. Yeah, I just figured when it started acting up that it was just my reception of watching the view that was glitching. So I'm glad somebody said something about it being a slideshow. But you guys were just chatting away, so I was like, oh, everything's fine. It's all good. Yeah, I wish I could figure out a way to simplify all this. Unfortunately, it's just, I don't know. I'm just not sure how to make this simpler. Less moving parts, less crap to go wrong.
Dr. Rick Sanchez says, looks as if the skid steer has air conditioning inside.
Yes, it does. It's got heat and air conditioning. It's a nice machine.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Dr. Nice YT pic at yours very Belgian photo style. Ready at FOMU. Photo Museum Metropole Antwerp very artistic.
Bye!
Davemp 4015 says, hi Eric.
I'll honk at you whenever you pull from the back. That you can park in the road and I can pull you from the side.
Alright.
So I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're almost getting from the back.
Alright.
I'll honk at you.
Alright. Fun. Sorry, I forgot I took the microphone. I took the microphone. Yeah, now that the router's not in that little pocket, and it's getting some airflow, everything seems to be happier. So I bet you that's what's happening. Router's just getting too hot.
James Bond says, that other trucker I watched, Flip Flop Trucker, has 120,000 subs but only ever gets like 20 people watching at a time. YouTube is weird.
Well, there's some people that actually buy bots to make their numbers look better than they actually are. I mean, it's a strategy, and, you know, it is what it is.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, it's lifting that asphalt like it's not even there.
Yeah, well, this is pretty fresh asphalt. We just did this one maybe last year. So it's still kind of hasn't fully set up yet. So some people will buy bots, and I understand the logic of it. You know, if you go to a channel and you see maybe 20 people, you're like, well, maybe this guy isn't that interesting. But you see 400, 500, 600 people watching, you might be like, well, let me stick around for a little bit. Let me see why there's 400 or 500 people. But there's a way you can kind of tell if somebody's botting. You go into the chat on the computer and you look at participants, you know, how many participants are participating in chat. And if he's only got like 5 or 10 people participating in the chat and it's slow, it's not very likely.
The AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So, I mean, like I said, so they'll put that on there just to get people a little bit more excited and interested in the channel. I mean, it's fake, but, you know, psychologically.
Says, Chris, Flip Flop's quality and road are lesser than Eric's.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of people that will buy viewership to make it look like there's more people watching than they are.
James Bond says, yeah, I hear ya, Eric. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, why is it being ripped up and it's a year or so old?
It looks like we had some foundation material collapse. So it was creating a big pool of water, and just structurally we're going to have to dig up the under.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, yeah, he's a nice guy, but he can be rude as he talks over the TTS, whereas Eric won't do that.
Yeah, not intentionally. So we got to work on the base. You know, there must have been sand or something underneath it. So, you know, like I said, this is a pretty big section.
Thomas Vermeeren says, yes, I dislike such truckets and donut dude crates also friendly like Eric.
So it's a pretty big section. So this is going to cost the boss a decent amount of money, but you know that's why we're really highly rated in Wisconsin, is because we don't just do the job and run away. If there's a problem, we fix it. You know, it just is what it is. Obviously, the foundation for the asphalt was bad, so it caused
James
some
Bond
drainage
says,
issues.
At Thomas Vermeeren, yeah, Craig Bafford is a nice guy. He likes to have a conversation with his audience.
Well, part of why I don't talk over the TTS is because I've got such a high delay on it, which people keep complaining that it's so long.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Craig and Eric only talks about positive things.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to grab the camera, and I forgot I've got the mic on me. I try to give you guys stuff interesting to watch. Interesting views. Hopefully, this is a pretty good stretch. Hopefully the stream's doing good, because that's pretty far for that camera to be away from the truck. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with the distance, if it's working.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I just lied. I already subscribed.
Cool beans, appreciate it. It's a little glitchy, but I mean, look at how far away we are from the truck. I mean, that's a really far distance for that camera to be. So I guess we'll just put up with it. But we're probably right at the very edge of the Wi-Fi.
James Bond says, yeah, it's good, Eric.
Yeah, we can. I mean, you can see I'm clear. You know, so this isn't a network issue. This is just the camera being a little too far away.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, yeah, people do epic asphalt.
Yeah. I think we're I think we're considerably further than 200 feet away. But you got to remember that these action cameras are only designed to be like a foot away from you.
Dr. Rick Sanchez says, are you like 200 feet away?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably more like 400. That's probably closer to 400 feet, in my opinion. I don't know. Oh yeah, we lost...
At Fry TV says, need to check your bonding, it's only showing 2 conations.
Yeah, we lost AT&T. I don't know, that fucking Android. I'm gonna get rid of that piece of shit. Fucking Android phones. What a heap of crap. That phone is nothing but problems. Everybody swears, the S23, best phone on the face of the earth to stream with.
James Bond says,
Thing's
Eric,
been
is there no way to
garbage.
check a foundation is good before laying the new asphalt?
I mean, you take your best understanding of how it all works, but a lot of times there's an existing gravel driveway that's already here. So, you know, the customer doesn't want to pay for you to like dig up the entire driveway to find out what's underneath the driveway.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, but I see Eric and take their job seriously.
Yeah. So I mean, the problem is when you have like an existing gravel driveway, you know, the customer doesn't want to pay to have it all
James
dug
Bond
up.
says, LOL Fry, I thought Samsung was the best, haha, what's happening?
Oh, it's a heap of shit. Constantly disconnects. I've never had good luck with that phone. It's always been a problem. I bought it for the idea of streaming with it, and it just doesn't.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Wally, do a great job.
I hate that phone. I really, truly hate that phone. I'm going to soon replace it with another iPhone. Then I'll replace this tablet with an iPad, and it will be an all Apple stream.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, how much is the customer being billed?
Nothing. This is a repair job. So he's not paying anything. So this is 100% coming out of the boss's pocket. Even though this was an existing driveway, I mean, we shouldn't really
James
be blamed.
Bond says, yeah, I get that. Maybe you can ask your boss to use ground penetrating radar, as you can hire a machine to do that. This is what my uncle who owns his construction company told me to pass on to you.
Yeah. I mean, we're a small little company, and we're just getting to the point where we're having some really cool equipment and good stuff.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, my Galaxy Tab S10 Lite from Cool Blue is epic, very epic sound.
Yeah, but what I was saying is those action cameras are only really designed to be like this far away
James
from
Bond
you.
says, at Thomas Vermeuren, yeah, I've got a Samsung Chromebook and it works very well.
Well, I'm always having problems with that phone, so you guys can love your Androids all you want. I'm getting rid of that
At
thing.
Fry TV says, Eric is running an iPhone app on the Samsung phone. He just want to shit on any phone that is running on the Android OS app. Chris Ayers 007.
I'm running an Android app on an Android phone. It's designed for Android. You don't see any of the other connections dropping
Dr.
out.
Rick Sanchez says, what would you charge if you had to do the same job for someone else?
Oh, looking at the distance of this and the fact that it's probably going to be about a truckload. I mean, this is probably going to be, I don't do the estimating, so.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, aha, so it is Apple to blame again, haha.
Nope. It's an Android app that's crashing on an Android phone. Has nothing to do with Apple. It's the actual Android app on the phone that's screwing up. It's all 100%
At Fry TV
Android.
says, yes, at Chris Ayers 007.
Nope, you're wrong. Yeah, I'm not the estimator, so I don't know.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Fry, and he gets W Samsung Epic Audio without any extra speakers needed. James Bond says, Fry Team Android for the win.
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I don't do the estimating for the company.
Eric, my uncle said it's $290 a day to hire the equipment, so not too much money. He uses it in his business and it saved him a lot of cash.
Yeah. That's something I could sit here and talk to the boss about. I don't know. I mean, the couple of jobs where we have something like this happen, you know.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, would a customer expect to pay over $5,000 for fresh asphalt?
All depends on the job. I mean, really, it's just... I mean, the asphalt itself is going to cost us a load of asphalt. Let's see. One truck full of asphalt is already $1,400, our cost. So.
At Fry TV says, yes, I am team use what works better. At Chris Ayers 007, not a fanboy of any tech. My house is full of all brands.
Yeah. Except Apple. You don't have any Apple. Any modern Apple. Antique Apple.
James Bond says, okay, cheers, Eric. My uncle's company is called Prompt Services Limited in Hanwell, London. If you're interested, take a look at his work.
Okay. Let's see. I took a picture of that. I'll take a look at it later.
At Fry TV, LOL, yeah, that makes sense, mate. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I may be the only one that likes the smell of fresh asphalt, LOL.
I like fresh asphalt.
James Bond says, thanks, Eric. At Fry TV says, LOL, yes, I have very old Apple phone and PC and laptops. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, great promotion. James Bond says, Fry probably has the iPhone 5S still LOL, but to be fair, that was a great phone.
That's what he's got. He's got like a really, it's whatever last iPhone that had a headphone jack. That's his thing. It's got to have a headphone jack, otherwise I'm not buying it.
At Fry TV, I've still got a first-gen iPad lying around somewhere. It still works, haha.
No, it doesn't, because you can't really do anything on the App Store. It's there's not much you can do with it anymore.
At Talking Hands says, good morning all. Have a nice day, Mr. Eric.
Take care, Talking Hands. Good to see you.
At Fry TV says, I can't do my job with Apple. Most of my software runs on Arial PC, not made for a toy Apple, LOL.
Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I am Android 2 Gemini AI Pixar the end. Better than Sipilip. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, how many loads do you have to dump?
Well, we're just doing, he's almost to where he's going to finish tearing it up. There's a cut line. He's got maybe another foot or two to do. And then I'll go get the camera. And then we're going to...
Lisa Wet Q3B says, he is on the phone.
We're going to... Lisa's always behind in the chat. Or on the video. We're going to go to Appleton. We're going to dump this off at the Appleton plant. And then we're going to wait for a phone call.
LOL Eric, haha, I knew Fry would have that iPhone and the first gen iPad can still make FaceTime calls, Eric, haha.
Well, that's impressive. I didn't know that.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hey Talking, good to see you. At Fry TV says, I have the last iPhone 6 cause it has a headphone jack.
There it is. iPhone 6.
James Bond says, at Talking Hands, good to see you.
There it is. There's the last piece he's going to take up. Because you can see a clean break. Should be a clean break.
At Fry TV, didn't the newer iPhone SE still have a headphone jack, or was it removed? At Fry TV says, nope, at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV that sucks as I like the look of it as it looks like the iPhone 6s.
Yeah, but Fry found his new phone. He's got to stop being a tightwad and decide to just buy it. Tell him about your brand new phone, Fry. It's cool. It's a cool phone. I'm not saying it's not.
You're behind LOL.
Fry's phone is a really cool phone. We lost the camera. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get the camera. We got too far away. All right, got pissed off.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, don't laugh. It's not funny. James Bond says, yeah, I tested it but it's low quality like 360p haha. At Lisa Wed Q3B. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, bye everyone. Have a great day. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Fry Samsung is full wireless and I have a 360-degree audio wireless Sony headphone and Epic at Samsung. Samsung very good at his AI.
Yeah, so the battery died on the camera. I didn't have a jump pack on it. Or a charge pack. So we'll charge up this little camera. Let it whatever.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, you laugh at me.
Well, it's because you're always like late in the chat. It's just kind of funny. I don't know. You always end up delayed in the chat.
Oh. At Thomas Vermeeren says, bye, Lisa, enjoy ya day.
Well, Lisa's leaving. You guys got mad, or she got mad? Alright, let's turn off this.
James Bond says, why is Fry called Fry? Futurama or something else?
Something else. I asked him and he kind of explained it offline.
Have a good day, Lisa.
Take care, Lisa. Bye-bye.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, one thing I wish iPhone did was a micro SD card slot instead of strictly iCloud.
I agree with that. I agree with you. I mean, there are things, there are compromises, but I mean, if I didn't want to have the picture-in-picture...
James Bond says, camera died.
Yep, the battery died. If I didn't want to do picture-in-picture, there's actually an option where I could link this phone directly to the laptop as a webcam.
Died, I meant LOL.
But I would lose the picture-in-picture feature. That's literally the only thing that would go away. Everything else would be still here. You guys would have just have the view of the road. And I can't...
Sleepy Joe says, I stepped out a few minutes ago and the criminal shocked me on my disabled leg they caused and just hit me on my other leg just now.
Gotcha. That sucks.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Dr. Rick Sanchez, yeah, having to use iCloud is a scam as you have to pay for more storage each time.
Well, I've got servers, so I back up all my stuff. There's apps, Synology, you know, different brands of NASs and stuff that'll back up all my pictures and stuff, and
at Thomas Vermeer,
and I just
says,
don't worry about
my
it.
real name is Thomas, my AKA is Thomas. Yes, Mazda, by the way.
So yeah, I just back it up there and I delete it off the phone. I don't worry about it.
My real name is Thomas, my AKA is Thomas. Yes, Mazda, by the way. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I agree, Chris. At Fry TV says, Samsung still makes good stuff, just wish they would put the headphone jack back in the high-end phones. At Thomas Vermeuren. James Bond says, at Fry TV, have you seen the nothing phone that looks interesting? At Dr. Rick Sanchez, yeah, but Apple is like the Rolex of the phone world, it's all image really.
No, I disagree with that. iPhone is a good tool if you just don't want to mess around and you just want it to
Thomas
work.
Vermeuren says, no Fry, I only have Galaxy S10 Lite Ina Ho 4 Va Samsung phone. Now I use Motorola.
Android can be very beta. You know, it's a lot of times they'll push it out and they'll put in the newest Wi-Fi chip, the newest Bluetooth chip.
James Bond says, okay, Eric.
And it can constantly have little buggy problems that they're patching while it's out in the world. But Android can do a lot of cooler, newer, greater stuff. So if you like fucking around with
Thomas
stuff.
Vermeuren says, but Fry, light lines are also amazing.
So if you like screwing around with a lot of stuff, then get an Android. But if you just want a phone that's just going to work, it's just going to do what it does and it's going to work, that's where iPhone's got the win.
We don't lose vid. What do I see right, LOL?
I mean, my iPhones just work. You know, I can share contacts. The entire company is on Apple. So, you know, we can sit here and we can share contacts, we can share our locations, we can...
James Bond
there's just
says,
things with that
Fry
ecosystem.
TV that looks amazing, like something from the future. I bet a lot of Chinese people will be using that phone.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool phone too.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, right below vid.
So, I mean, like I said, so because Apple only makes certain number of phones and they control the software and the hardware, if there's a problem, they also fix it right away. It's just
At
done.
Dr. Rick Sanchez says, what's everyone's dream car?
So for me, like I said, Apple just...
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At Thomas Vermeeren says, DR, I don't drive, I like the Cessin of slim fat bikes. Design.
Yeah.
James Bond says, but I don't understand what's complicated about Android's ecosystem, Eric. It just seems to work on Android 16 if not had any issues.
Well, the problem is it comes down to Android has so many people making hardware and different hardware that...
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, Androids are easy, more versatile, but Apple sticks to what works. That's why they don't have 60 different types of models, LOL.
That's what we're talking about. You know, Apple is Apple, you know. Android's like saying Windows, you know. You get a Windows computer and, you know, they're a little bit less stable.
At Fry TV says, my phone always just works and they all run the Android OS.
Well, your damn phones are 10 years old. They've had 10 years to figure out all the bugs. By the time you buy them, they've figured it all out. You don't buy flagship brand new phones
James
when they're
Bond
buggy.
Says, at Fry TV I had a Samsung A15 before and that was really laggy, which is why I switched to iPhone, but then had issues with iPhone, so now back to Android. The Motorola G86 I have is lightning fast.
Yeah, Fry's not a good test subject for how stable Android is, because he doesn't buy them brand spanking new flagship phones. He gets them 3-4 years at least down the road before, you know, by the time that they've already figured everything out.
DR, the most mobile sus I see's Android 2. Brand systems not sus. At Fry TV says, the A15 is a shit low-cost phone. At Chris Ayers 007.
Alright. What is a shit crap phone? Hold on. I gotta see this.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, ah, that makes sense, LOL, as they gave me a free Chromebook with it at the time. I keep it in my drawer now, LOL. The Motorola goes very well for a mid-range phone.
Hey, I just know what works. It's not a fanboy, it's the truth. You guys just don't like it.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Android and Windows are very compatible with each other, by the way.
No, unfortunately that is true. Android and Windows is not very compatible together, and and Apple does that on purpose. I'll be the first one to tell you. It pisses me off.
Rick Sanchez says, I say just stick to whatever phone you like and works best for you.
Well, no, I'll be honest with you. It does piss me off. Like if I gotta hook up an Android phone to my computer to do something, to the Mac, it's a pain in the ass. So no, I get it.
TV says, you sound like an Apple fanboy, Eric.
Yeah, and that's what I was responding to. I'm gonna tuck this back in the cubby, unfortunately.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I had a girl stop talking to me all because I didn't own an iPhone, LOL.
Really? That's pretty stupid. No, I mean the claim of...
At Fry TV says, that's bullshit, Eric. I have had a ton of new phone.
Now, whatever. I've had a ton of new Androids too, and they've always failed me. Every single one has had some problem that didn't do what it was supposed to do. Maybe I just am more techy.
James Bond says, best Android phones I've used, Xiaomi, Motorola, and OnePlus.
Maybe I actually do stuff more than just using it as a web interface phone, to check my email. But anytime I've ever tried to use all the special features that my Android phone uses,
Dr. Rick Sanchez
they don't
says,
work.
That was like 7 years ago.
I'll sit here and I'll have an Android phone that can connect to Miracast, can do all Chromecast stuff, everything freaking works. Then I upgrade to the new one and it doesn't work. It's broken.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Dr. Andropid AI Samsung's nowadays epic.
And Samsung's the worst one for doing it. They break shit all the time. They purposely break shit. Miracast is an actual
Sleepy
Android
Joe says,
feature.
Track phone gave me an A16 Samsung for free.
Android has a built-in feature called Miracast, and Samsung purposely breaks it. On purpose. You actually have to go in there and hack it back in.
James Bond says, at Dr. Rick Sanchez, LOL, it's a fashion accessory to the ladies. They all have them in their pink iPhone cases, haha.
No, that's true. I'll agree. It's a status symbol too, but that's not why I have it. I'm from a user standpoint, it just works. It does what I need it to do, and it does the job.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, flip phones are what really work. Less features, less problems.
Yeah. It does everything I ask it to do.
Sleepy Joe says, your iPhone is less secure than Android.
I don't care. Somebody's got to have a reason to want to hack me in the first place.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, but Samsung's nowadays epic. In the past was Samsung Mobile 2DG. Samsung fridges are nice stuff too.
Nope. Samsung fridges suck. Worst fridge in the world. Never buy a Samsung anything. They don't know how to make a refrigerator. They don't know how to make a washing machine.
At Fry TV
Constantly
says,
break.
Motorola make the best phones.
That's possible.
James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362 but in the UK the police cannot get into your Apple phone as Apple refused to give them the encryption codes.
There you go.
At Fry TV, yeah, I've never had a bad experience with Motorola. I had a Defy Plus as my first Android phone and it worked great. LOL Eric.
Yep.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Samsung's nowadays fridge W water taps are great and Philips since this year air fry steam fry combo in Gamma.
No, Samsung's had problems with their brand new fancy
James Bond
dancy.
says, thing I don't like is Android now has copied Apple by removing the headphone jack and not including a charger in the box. I had to spend £30 extra for a turbo charger for my phone.
Yeah. Samsung has a problem with their newfangled compressors for their refrigerators. They constantly are failing, and nobody wants to work on them, so you can't find anybody to come and repair them.
Says, the Snapdragon feature is great for Android users.
Snapdragon feature? That's the processor. What do you mean Snapdragon feature? I'm gonna go grab some hot dogs.
At Fry TV says, I do most stuff with my phone than any iPhone could ever do and it all works for me.
Perfect. Good for you. I'll be back.
James Bond says, I used to have a gold iPhone 11 Pro Max but that was a brilliant iPhone. Why can't they make them like that anymore? At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric so a Apple dude LOL. So he do Apple and we do Android. But we are friends. Hihi. At Fry TV says, we need to have a phone race, Eric. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, Bougie females only use iPhone nowadays. James Bond says, yeah, at Fry TV test the opening time of the apps and boot times. At Fry TV says, yes, Eric is right, Samsung appliances are just never buy them. James Bond says, yeah, the UK police have some gadget that they hook to your phone and even if you have deleted stuff they will find it. So iPhone is best in that regard as their software can't hack it. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric's so not a Samsung dude and I am not an Apple dude, but I will be friends. LOL. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I like how both companies are now Type-C charger. James Bond says, Snapdragon's the CPU not a feature LOL. At Thomas Vermeeren says, but my tablet is amazing, but Samsung's nowadays epic for Digimobile not for other things. Get that noticed. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren tablets are handy to have as if you're out and want to watch YouTube or a movie in your car. It's much nicer on a larger screen. That's why I want the fold-out phone, but it's £2 grand. At Thomas Vermeeren says, but maybe Damson USA, not like Damson Europe? At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, if you don't own an iPhone or seems like society will label you as lesser than others, I've got judges multiples times for switching back to Android phone. At Thomas Vermeeren says, I gonna do my dinner, I'll be back after. James Bond says, I never knew Samsung made fridges. My fridge freezer is made by US company Zenith. At Fry TV says, yes, at Dr. Rick Sanchez, people are brainwashed cause of the TV.
Alright, we're back.
Sleepy Joe says, Fry, the red magic is impressive, but for long term I don't know if I would want AMOLED display.
Let's go!
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, everyone knows Samsung makes refrigerators, Chris.
LG's even worse. I'd take a Samsung over an LG. LG refrigerator. Everything's junk.
James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362 AMOLED looks so much better than LCD. I've got the Pold on my Moto and it's crystal clear 1440p display.
I will tell you, when I do buy a washing machine, I'm getting a Speed Queen. It may cost me more in the very beginning, But I guarantee that thing will probably last 30 freaking years. I'll probably be
Dr.
dead,
Rick
but it'll still
Sanchez
be
not in
working.
the UK, haha. Here it's LG who has the largest market share.
I'll probably be dead, and the stupid Speed Queens will still be working.
Sleepy Joe says, Samsung even makes copier printers. James Bond says, okay Thomas. At Choctaw Countiwik 8362.
Oh, look. The Android failed again. What do you know?
Sleepy Joe says, AMOLED will burn into display.
The Android broke again. Isn't that amazing?
Ad Fry TV says, yes, the Speed Queen is the best.
Yep.
James Bond says, buy cheap, buy twice, lol, so yeah, best to pay the extra bucks for quality.
Yeah, but everybody still buys Androids because they can't see the reason to buy an Apple. But it's the same motto. Buy quality, not crap. But people buy crap iPhone or Androids all the
At
time.
Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I'll take a Bosch or Whirlpool first over Samsung or LG fridges. Sleepy Joe says, criminals just burned me on bottom of my feet.
Yeah.
Put another Linux on the Android.
Yeah, if it was just that simple. I'm just going to get rid of it. Who wants to buy an S23 Ultra? Barely any use. Because it's been such a heap of shit, I have not wanted to use it. I barely ever use that phone. It's such garbage of an operating
James Bond
system
says, but the
and a
Android
phone.
is like a quarter the price of a new iPhone.
You know, that's what it is. That's the only reason people use Android. Is because it's a quarter of the price and they don't want to pay for quality. They just want something cheap that does the job, and that's why Android exists. That's the honest truth. You don't like it, it is what it is. You had a choice between an iPhone and an Android, and you sat there and said, I can't justify the cost of an Apple. I would like the Apple phone, but I cannot justify paying that to have an Apple phone. So it all came down to people sitting here and looking for a cheaper option, and that's why Android exists. And that's why they have the market share they have. Doesn't mean that they're better phones, doesn't mean they're better quality, doesn't mean any of that, because 99% of the people
Sleepy Joe
aren't
says,
running
I'm
flagship.
noting what the criminals are doing here where the world will see.
Yeah. 90% of the people aren't running flagship Android phones. They're running the cheaper Android phones. And they made a conscious decision that they didn't want to pay flagship prices. And Apple didn't really offer a non-flagship phone. So that's why Android exists. Plain and simple. It is the cheaper budget option to get you by if you don't need anything overly complicated
Sleepy
that
Joe
can do
says,
much.
why won't Fry buy your S23? How much you selling for?
I don't know. I don't know what they're worth. I got to replace it first, though. It's still kind of doing a job, even though I have to reset it half the damn time. I've gone into all the settings. It's not supposed to go to sleep. It's not supposed to sit here and put programs in the background. I've disabled all those features so it's supposed to stay on. I've even got the screen to not go dim, and it still puts the app in the background and shuts it down. Even though it's plugged in, it's charged, it should just run. But yeah. Yeah, I don't hear anybody telling me I'm wrong. See, that's some truth right there. Everybody would have an Apple if the price was cheaper. And it all comes down to people buying Apple.
That's bullshit. I can do way more on an Android OS, and Android phones are not cheaper.
Yeah. Yes, they are. I can get you an Android phone for $20 any day of the week. Hell, I can get you one for free. They give them away. They give away Android phones.
Sleepy Joe says, what is specs of S23?
It was actually pretty good. The specs were actually a pretty good phone. It actually had a longer optical zoom than the S24. They actually neutered it when the S24 came out. The specs are great. It's a heap of shit. It's a garbage quality, garbage product. Android is just garbage. You want to hear an Apple fanboy, there you go. That's an Apple fanboy.
Fry TV says, I will not buy a phone with no headphone jack.
There you go. See, that's what I mean.
Big Bug Down 3375 says, iPhone users are like Tesla owners, they think they're a step above everyone.
No. I mean, okay, I will agree with that to a point. Yes, there are people like that. I will agree 100%. But that's also a stigma because that's not always true.
James
there are
Bond
people
says,
that just want something that works.
If it was cheaper, as that dynamic island is stupid. It takes up too much screen real estate. Androids only have a tiny dot that is non-intrusive.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, from people that have never had an iPhone, they don't know. They don't know all the cool shit they can do with it.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Fry TV says, Android is the OS, no the brand.
I understand that it's the OS, just like Windows is the OS, and you know, Mac OS is Mac OS, but still, doesn't matter. You keep comparing all Android phones as if they're all the same.
Is it an Ultra S23?
Yes, it is. And I barely used it.
Fry TV says, yes, Big Bug Down 3375. James Bond says, my last iPhone still had a notch. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, Androids don't have FaceTime, that's what stirs most consumers away along with camera quality.
Yeah, Android does have their own version of FaceTime now. It doesn't integrate with. Actually, I think I heard something about it kind of integrating in with regular FaceTime. I'll have to look into that again. They've been getting closer.
Tell me what I cannot do with my phone that you can do with your toy iPhone.
Keep an app running 24/7 without it crashing. I don't know. Have it just work. And I'm not comparing your 20-year-old, RCA, built tube powered phone. I mean, your newest phone that you've got is like what, 4 or 5 years old, and that's what you want to compare against. Like I said, I've had flagship phones from Android day one, and every single time they come broken, and it takes them months to figure out how to fix it and make things work. And then they kiss your butt, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're going to do this," or they just decide it's a critical bug, and they never fix it. They just choose to never fix it. The nice thing about Apple is if something happened to Apple like that, it would affect every single user, and they'd get sued. So they'd have to fix it, or they'd have to recall it. Android's such a hodgepodge of, this person making a phone, that person making a phone, and trying to run Android on it. The stability is garbage.
2019.
Oh, so it's even older than I thought. There you go. That's what that's an 8-year-old phone.
James Bond says, RCA haha.
I mean, for Christ's sakes, Fry might as well be going fucking on the old Morse code key, for Christ's sakes. That's not a modern phone.
At Fry TV says, never had any problem with my phones like that.
Yeah. Hey, somebody else hear Morse code? I think I heard Morse code talking to me.
James Bond says, but Apple paid all users like 70 British pounds here as they got caught deliberately slowing the phone's software down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they did that here too. Well, the whole point was they did it because of the fact that the battery, when the battery started to fatigue and get old, the phones wouldn't work quite right. So they did it as a way to kind of keep the phones going. But yeah, it could be interpreted as they slowed them down. There was a reason behind it. The batteries couldn't technically keep
James
the power
Bond
load
says,
up.
I use Telegram haha.
Yeah.
At Fry TV says, yes, and that's my point. My 8-year-old phone would still do more than any new iPhone. That's a fact.
Yeah, they've had 8 years to figure out the bugs, man. You're talking about you go buy a brand new flagship phone. buy a brand new flagship phone, and then the day it's released, and you tell me that you're not a beta tester. Half the shit out of the box doesn't work. They are always broken.
James Bond says, I've never had that on an old Android phone. The batteries never caught fire either, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, but see, that's the difference. If that shit happens, it's one company, it's whatever. You know, if that happens to Apple, it affects every phone. And I got a phone replacement when that happened. When that issue with the battery thing happened, they actually gave me a completely new phone. I didn't get the $70. They actually gave me a brand new phone with a brand new battery. Hell, I still got that fucking thing. I was just playing with it the other day. It's sitting on my desk.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, my cousin has an old Moto G4 from 2017 and it still works and can still download the latest Android apps, but the screen is so tiny, LOL. We used to think they looked huge back then.
Yeah.
That was lucky Eric to get a new phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new phone, and that S23 is going up on the auction
At
block.
Dr. Rick Sanchez says, how did we get on this big phone topic? It's been 40 minutes talking iPhone and Android, LOL.
Because there's people that are passionate about it, and it's like political, you know, it's like left versus right. You're not going to convince me that I'm wrong because I've got enough life experience.
James Bond says, at Dr. Rick Sanchez, it's not the first time, haha.
That I know that I'm right. And just because there's people out there that think they're right, you know, maybe your experiences are different, but in my experience, that's my opinion. Everybody's got an opinion, just like everybody's got an asshole. You know? That's just mine. And people like to duke it out about their opinions. You know? People want to sit here and justify why they didn't want to pay enough to get an Apple phone and make it sound like that Android's better, when they know it in their heart and in their mind that they just made a financial decision to get a cheaper phone. But they don't want to use that as the justification. So they will die hard on that blade, you know, that Android is better.
Dr. Rick Sanchez says, it's like PlayStation and Xbox or Ford and Chevy.
Yep. So they will sit here and they will die on that sword. Android's the better system. No, dude. It was just you didn't want to pay what it cost to have an Apple. That's what it was.
James Bond says, it's like which football team, Denver Broncos or Dallas Cowboys, haha. I support the Broncos since I was a kid, believe it or not. NFL is huge in the UK. Fry TV says, I have over 13 Motorola phones and love them all. At Chris Ayers 007.
Yeah.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, Android is the Ford and iPhone is the Chevy it seems.
Yeah, basically, kind of.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, as I said earlier, the first Motorola Defy phone I had was water and dust proof in 2011, so advanced for its time. At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I keep hearing about that new Motorola Razr.
Yeah, I like the old Motorola Razr. I wish they still had a version like that. For when you don't need the tech. And you can just slim down and go back to like the old push button phone.
At Fry TV says, you are talking out you ass. Eric is not about the cost. iPhone just suck.
That's your opinion, Fry. Unfortunately, you're wrong! Way wrong. You have no experience because every one of your phones is Motorola. You've got no other brands.
007 says, hello everyone.
I've had them all. You're voicing your opinion from a very select pool of devices to make your opinion on. Your 8-year-old or 9-year-old Motorola.
At Acosta 007, good to see you.
Your 9-year-old Motorola is not the standpoint. It might be the best phone in the world, but that's not what people are running. People are running Samsung. They're running LG. They're running Hawaii or whatever they were. You know, they're running all these other brands. Most people are not running a 9-year-old Motorola. So, your opinion on this subject is, you know, and you don't even have you've got an iPhone 6. You can't even speak to whether an iPhone is good or bad because you have no experience on the topic. You are illiterate on the topic of an iPhone because you don't have one.
Dude, I work on new iPhone all the time.
Yeah. What do you do with them? You set up an app for somebody or something. That's not using it. You've got no experience. You sit here and maybe set up an app.
Rick Sanchez says, Eric and Fry should throw the boxing gloves on. Winner gets a new phone.
Ha. Yeah, who's going to pay for it? Me or him?
At Fry TV says, people bring me iPhones all the time.
Yeah, to put an app on. Or to do something. But you're not actually using them. You're fixing their mistake or you're setting something up for them. That's not experience. That's not actual practical experience. You are
still talking out you ass.
So are you, Fry. You don't have experience on this topic. I actually do. I've got modern equipment. I'm not talking on a string and 2 cans.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, I will pay for it, LOL. Sleepy Joe says, Eric, which memory is S23 a 200 MP OIS camera?
I don't know what memory is in it, but I can tell you I usually buy the very high-end units, but the S23 does have a SIM card or a memory card option. But I'm pretty sure I would have bought the biggest one of them.
I do stuff like clean the posts and set up apps.
Yeah, see, that's not using it. that's not using it.
At Dr. Rick Sanchez says, but no face shots, only body shots, LOL. Brian Acosta 007 says, feels good to be back at Chris Ayers 007.
I mean, unless you actually have a product and you're using it on a daily basis, you know, you're not going to understand
Sleepy
what
Joe
it can
says,
and can't do.
91DR.
You know, you're not going to know what it can and cannot do. You're not going to know if you even like it. If all you ever do is clean stuff up and maybe install an app here and there, that doesn't make you an expert on a product.
James Bond says, awesome, it's good to have you back at Brian Acosta 007.
Hey Brian, good to see you. Me and Fry in the chat are fighting over Android and Apple. Because, well, you know, that topic just keeps coming up. Even though everybody's enjoying the beautiful stream that's being produced by Apple devices.
Sleepy Joe says, 512 grams is $480. Is it unlocked?
Yes. My phone is unlocked. All my stuff's unlocked. I don't have subscriptions. Well, I guess I did have a payment on that, but it is currently unlocked. Because I have...
At Fry TV says, if I want a toy phone, I would go to Walmart and get a Fisher Price phone.
Why would you do that? You already got toy phones. I mean, they're 9 years old and older. You've got all the toys you could possibly need. When you really want quality, you're going to buy... You're in the market to buy an iPhone.
James Bond says, at Fry TV LOL.
Fry is so full of shit right now. He is so salivating over this application that is on this phone that only is available on Apple, that he is in the market to buy an Apple phone. So, I mean, he can sit here and he can fluff you as much as he wants and sit here and say it's for tech research or whatever, but he's in the market to buy an iPhone.
Sleepy Joe says, Fry, there's one to buy.
So, I mean, he can talk as much shit as he wants, but he wants to buy an iPhone. And he can make as many excuses as he wants. Oh, it's just so I can help out other streamers.
James Bond says, but Eric, you're using an iPhone 12, not the latest iPhone, haha.
Well, I couldn't justify. I've got a 15 Pro Max sitting right here. I don't usually upgrade my phones every single year. So my daily driver, this is a 15 Pro Max with a terabyte of RAM.
My old phone can do way more than any iPhone. My phone even still have an FM tuner and dual SIMs and SD cards with headphone jacks.
Who cares? Who uses an FM tuner in their stupid phone anymore? You're a radio guy. You're the only guy in the world that's going to give two shits about an FM tuner in the radio. They got rid of that feature because nobody used it.
Sleepy Joe says, Eric, what was wrong with S23?
I don't like it. I've just never liked it. I've never liked the keyboard interface. It's just never been a phone. I bought it to be a streaming phone. When I tried to stream with it, it just didn't. The app didn't work properly. It didn't stream right. I mean, I just don't like it. That's really what's wrong with it. I don't like it. I don't like Android. I'm done with Android. I want Android out of my life. You know, it keeps
James
disconnecting.
Says, iPhone 12 I don't think has 5G connectivity, so that could be why the stream was going down, haha.
No, that was the Wi-Fi router, and I think it was getting too hot. Because since I've cranked the AC in the truck, we've had no problems. And I also moved the router into a place where it gets a little bit more air. So that's why the stream went down, is because the router, which probably runs on stupid, no, it's Linux. I was going to say Android. Probably because it runs on Android. But, no, it was the router that failed. Oh, look! The Android failed again! What do you know? An Android app on an Android device just failed. Isn't that amazing? Speak of the devil, and it shall rear its head. Notice how many times the iPhone 12 is disconnected.
James Bond says, okay, Eric.
Notice how many times the iPhone 12 is disconnected today. The iPhone 12 hasn't disconnected once. That's amazing. Tell me how much better Android is? Oh yeah. It hasn't dropped its connection one time. Android's dropped it twice. I mean, you guys keep on making excuses for...
TV says, iPhone 6 and iPhone 5 series had chips that could have supported FM radio. However, due to missing components like an antenna and other hardware constraints, this feature was never actually enabled.
Yep. I mean, if you guys keep wanting to be excuses, make excuses for why you didn't want to pay the money to buy an iPhone and try to justify it.
Says, what about T-Mobile?
And try to justify, or explain away that you didn't go for the cheaper option just because you didn't want to pay for an Apple, then keep on being an Android fanboy. I mean, yes, I will admit there are some cool softwares that you can run on Android, but the reality is unless you're in that special need group of somebody that has to run that.
Cheers for that info, Fry.
Then there's just, 99% of people just make phone calls and take pictures with their phone. And that majority of people, you're going to be happier with a stupid iPhone.
TV says, your phone is going to sleep, it's not the app.
Hey, I've disabled every possible ability for that thing to go to sleep. The screen never turns off. The app is always in the foreground.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, I'm looking for a phone.
I've gone into developer options to force that app to stay running. And it always sits here and the phone shuts it off.
At Fry TV says, iPhones will not run the apps I need for the stuff that I do.
Well, that's your situation. You're a special use case. Most people just make phone calls and take pictures. And maybe watch some YouTube videos.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, mental challenge. Sleepy Joe says, Lisa, what carrier you use?
But then also on top of it, you're not using the latest, greatest, most modern software for stuff anyways. So if you were using the newest, greatest, latest versions of software, you probably would have an Apple app for it. You're using software that's 45 years old.
At Fry TV says, Moto makes the best phones at Lisa Wet Q3B.
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe says, why did I get kicked from TTS?
Might have been, every once in a while this radio gets stupid. If I hit a bump, it sits there and thinks there's a CD in the actual drive, and it'll try to read a non-existent
At
CD.
Q3B says, okay Fry.
It'll try to read a non-existent CD. So every once in a while, the radio turns off. So it's not that you got kicked from it. You just probably came in at the point I
James
hit a
Bond
bump.
says, Fry is the phone guru here.
Nah, I disagree. Fry is not the guru in this topic. He's not touching and using on a regular basis modern enough equipment
Sleepy
to
Joe
say
says,
he's the
I
guru.
see it, let me back in.
Yeah. Fry is not the expert when it comes to cell phones. He has very limited experience. Outdated experience. Let's
Fry TV
rephrase.
says, bullshit
Outdated.
Eric, I use new and old apps on my phones.
Alright, whatever. On your 9-year-old phone. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That was taking forever to come out. On your 9-year-old phone. And your... I don't even know
Sleepy
how
Joe
old...
says, Lisa, who is your carrier?
I don't even know how old an iPhone 6 is. When was the iPhone 6 produced?
James Bond says, LOL Eric.
$2014 was the iPhone 6.
At Fry TV says, what the fuck Eric?
What do you mean, what the fuck? It's the truth. You don't have modern phones. You can't speak on the subject. The little bit that you've
Skynet the
Putter
AI
on 'em.
Overlord says, hit the like,
Does
subscribe,
not-
hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Your newest phone is 2019. Your newest Apple phone is 2014.
At Fry TV says, I have way more phones than you will ever have.
That's a possibility. You know, you might have more phones than I have. Doesn't mean that if your newest phone is a 2019 and your newest iPhone is a 2014,
Sleepy Joe says,
it just means
I have
that
a
you're
phone
not
paid for.
up to date on the topic. You're still your knowledge base is from 9 years ago and longer. You know, unless you can come talk to me when you've got a practical
At
new
Thomas
device.
Vermeeren says, Ma corn tortilla wraps were good, yummy. Good.
Okay, I just got here and dumped. I'm gonna go get loaded now.
At Fry TV says, I have also made Android apps on the Play Store.
Okay.
Sleepy Joe says, Lisa, you want an iPhone 13.
I would say don't get anything older than an iPhone 15.
@FryTV says, I know my shit about all phones new and old.
Okay, I disagree. But that's my right to disagree. I wouldn't get anything older than an iPhone 15 because that was the one thing I really always hated about iPhone was the
Thomas
lightning port.
says, Fry, Google Play Store 2, Google MS Dude I am.
When they switched over to the iPhone, the USB-C port, that was the best thing. That was always the one thing that I'd sit here and I'd shit on Apple about, was that fucking lightning connector.
The new phones run the same apps as my old phones.
Yeah. It won't be long before they're going to require you to have a more modern operating system before you won't be able to install stuff. Hold on.
It's the same.
Yeah. That's okay. You can be wrong, Fry, and we can still be friends.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Hey Lisa, welcome back and you can't miss us. Apple Happy App Store. Sleepy Joe says, Eric, what will you take for S23?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the market to see what they're worth. So I don't know what's a fair price.
AskRyTV says, no at Choctaw County Week 8362. I made 2 podcast apps for the radio station KCAA. Wrong about what?
Yeah. Yeah, I broke my glasses. I bought these I bought these glasses because
Sleepy Joe says, get back with me, Eric, please.
Alright. Because they look like the frames are exactly the same as my other glasses, and the lenses were getting kind of scratched. So I tried buying these to switch the lenses. So these were just some cheap glasses from Quick Trip.
Thomas Vermeeren says, hey Chalk.
So they say Quick Trip, Quick Star on them, because that's, depending on where you are, you're either Quick Trip or Quick Star. And when I went to put these lenses in, the frames must have been fatigued, and they broke. So then I just started wearing these because unfortunately they broke.
Thomas.
I mean, I'd probably be asking for about what they charge online for the phone. You know? So, I mean, whatever fair market value is for an S23 is about what I'd probably take for it.
And why would I buy a new phone if my old ones can do more than a new iPhone?
Okay. Fry, you're a rare use case. You're not the average person. Like I said, most people, they make phone calls, they send text messages.
Thomas Vermeeren says, chop.
You do not compute into the number of whether or not it's better to have an iPhone or an Android for most people. You are basing your decision solely on your use case. 99% of the people don't do what you do with a phone. They make a phone call. They do a text message. They take videos of their grandkids running around. They want to FaceTime. Can't do that on it. Well, you can. Android now has its own version of FaceTime. You know, you keep on judging with the wrong perspective. You're looking at your perspective, not everybody else's. And then you're trying to influence us, all of us, because of what you need and what your situation is. When 99% of the population would be better off on an iPhone. You need the specialty computer to run some special app that you wrote in 1663, you know, on a tablet with a chisel and whatever.
Fry TV says, yes, I use my phone for more high-tech stuff than most people. It's
Yes.
a tech tool.
Yes. That's my point. So you're judging it from a special use need. I mean, you could rewrite those apps in Apple. You just chose to write them in Android. So those apps could be rewritten probably into Mac. That's just, you don't want to rewrite them. Or you would have to learn a whole new language to make it work. I don't know.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Fry, my phone is Android 13, my new tablet is Android 16 and AI, my Motorola is non-AI too, a go for AI phone Samsung item like my tablet, but Apple is more for pro using?
No, Apple is just more for daily use. It just works. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to sit here and screw around with extra
TV
stuff.
says, but hands down Moto makes the best phones.
Alright. I can't notice how because I don't have a lot of experience with Motorola, I'm not sitting here and debating Fry when he sits here and he says,
Eric, you use at anti-mobile providers, both seen logos of them but both not at Belgium.
Fry keeps on saying Motorola is the best phone. Well, I can't dispute that because I haven't had Motorola's to play with. So I'm not
James
arguing
Bond
that
says,
statement.
I agree with Fry on that. Motorola do make the best phones.
Yeah.
Mine runs as fast as any iPhone if owned.
Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Fry, but not directly. I go for it.
Does Motorola even make really phones anymore? I mean, what? I heard they're making a new Razor, but I mean, really, what? Nobody's ever gotten
Sleepy
too
Joe
excited
says,
about
criminals.
Motorola's anymore. I mean, it's always Samsung. I can't think of like the last time I've heard anything exciting about a Motorola.
James Bond says, LOL Choctaw County haha. At Thomas Vermeeren says, it IA because Motorola nowadays is owned by Lenovo.
Yeah. Makes me wonder if their quality's any good anymore. A lot of times when companies get bought out, what made them great gets stripped away, and then
Lenovo is Tochio.
the other company just wants the name placard, so none of the original company still exists.
At Fry TV says, I would have an iPhone if it was the better tool.
For a day-to-day device that you carry in your pocket, it is the better tool. I still have an Android if I need to do some stupid. I've got other Androids too. If I need to do something that only Android can do.
$480 coming from GSM Arena website.
Gotcha. I mean, if I need a specially app that I'm going to use once a year, I can go grab an Android phone.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, but Motorola always made good phones even years back, and Motorola's just work as you would say, Eric, haha.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Fry, on a daily basis, how often are you using an app that you couldn't use that's not tied to the radio industry? That is just
Sleepy
normal
Joe says,
use.
What do you mean, Chris?
That's just normal use that you can't do on iPhone. Again, not radio use.
At Fry TV says, you are talking out your ass again, Eric. Moto is one of the biggest phone brands.
I don't know. I haven't looked at Motorola. I'm not saying that they're not. I was asking a question. I wasn't inferring anything. I'm just trying to think.
Thomas
I don't
Vermeeren
remember.
Says, so Motorola is from good to excellent nowadays.
Yeah. I just don't remember hearing anything about any Motorola phones. It's always iPhone or Samsung that's always getting the attention.
Sleepy Joe says, Graphene OS Secure is coming to the Motorola. At Fry TV says, yes, that is going to be cool at Choctaw County Wick 8362. At Thomas Vermeeren says, but flip fold are not so good. He?
Get up to speed and you wouldn't have to sit in that lane, dumbass. They're just sitting there with their blinker going at
James
2 miles an hour.
Says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362 you were making me laugh with your comments, haha.
Yeah. It's amazing to watch people that just don't know how to drive. It's like, just accelerate. You're in the divider lane, just go. Get up to speed and pull in front of me. Don't sit there at 2 miles an hour waiting for some.
Your phone, Eric, is $480 coming from GSM Arena website.
Gotcha. But it also depends on condition. That thing's flawless. So that can't be rated at the very cheapest price. It's always had a screen protector and a case on it, and it doesn't have a scratch on it.
You, Chris, I don't think you would be.
Like I said, I'll have to take a look, but I mean, that sounds about the right ballpark. $500 to $600 probably is about what it's worth.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, but Motorola is just an underdog good brand. Apple, Samsung, more mainstream brands.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked my Razor back in the day. Like I said, I wish they would make a version of the old Razor again. That was actually
TV says,
a
Samsung
version
is
of the
going
old
downhill
Razor.
with phones and Moto is going back to the top.
Yeah, that might be true. Yeah, I'm definitely tired of Samsung. I'm tired of all their gimmicky bullshit that never works.
James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362 sorry, thought you were joking. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Philips Fold looks great but not so good screens.
Yeah. No, I used to love my Razor. I had a PDA phone, a smartphone, back in the day of the Razors.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, last great Samsung I had was from like 2018. The new ones are not good.
Yeah. But, you know, if I was going on the town and I didn't want this big brick in my pocket, you know, because I had the extended battery and all that crap, just like Fry, so I could run that thing for days, you know, and actually use it. I just pull the SIM card out, throw it in my Razor, and I'd stick that in my pocket, and it was beautiful.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, yes, but flood folded many brands.
It folded in on itself, so you didn't have to worry about breaking the screen. So you didn't put an extra bulky case on it. You just shoved the damn thing in your pocket, and it was nice and small, and it just worked. I think the Razor was one of the best phones ever. The only complaint I had, which I was able to fix, I went into the software and I actually upped the maximum volume on the earpiece. In my opinion, they were always a little too quiet. So I was able to bump it up a little easier so you could hear a little clearer. Still this day, I mean, it sucked for texting. I mean, that's still, yeah, it sucked for texting, but if you just needed a phone to make a phone call with, that thing was great.
Sleepy Joe says, Chris, this crap has been going on 4 years and sheriff is obstructing justice, not arresting the criminals using illegal drugs with the electronic weapons.
Yeah. We ended up picking up 19 ton.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, and what about Google Pixel phones?
I like Google Pixel. I mean, I don't always like that they shop around. One year they're made by one company, next year they're made by another one. Because Google doesn't make their own phones.
James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362, that's not good mate. Hope you can get help to stop them.
Yeah. I mean, Google Pixel is an interesting phone because, you know, it's Google's main phone and it does get the most updates,
Never
the
used
fastest
a Pixel
updates.
phone, so no idea if they are good or not.
They can be very buggy, in my opinion, because they are always on the cutting edge. They are always getting the latest updates. So they're the first one. They're the first phone that's gonna break. If something goes wrong, they're the first one that gets an update. So you are 100%. You are on the cutting edge. You're the beta tester. You know, they'll push something out. Those things break. Yeah. Where some of the other manufacturers, they hold back. They kind of wait to see what happens. You know, they're like, okay, the newest version of Android's come out. You know, Pixel's like, okay, we gotta get it. Gotta get it. Everything explodes. Nothing fucking works. Everybody else is kind of going, okay, we're gonna watch Pixel shit the bed here, and then after Pixel figures out how they shit the bed, then everybody else comes out with that operating system 4 or 5 months down the road.
Says, Chris, nothing phones are from UK. He? So iPhone versus Pixel.
I mean, if you like being on the cutting edge and being a beta tester and having the absolute newest operating system, the Pixel's great. You know,
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, I think so, but they are cool.
but like I said, part of the problem is that, like the Pixel, in my experience, because I've had Pixels, you'll get the newest operating system. It's great. Oh, cool, I've got Lollipop 73, you know, whatever, you know. But then there'll be apps that don't support that new operating system because the operating system isn't backwards compatible sometimes. So I've had apps that just don't work. They work just fine before the update, and then because they don't know that this operating system exists or whatever the case, and there is no update for the app, you know, day one, these apps just start not working. You know, all of a sudden you'll have apps that you're working on that need updates. So you end up in a situation where then you're waiting for the app manufacturers to catch up with the new operating system. So that's the downside with the Pixel. Is, you know, it's way on the cutting edge. If you get one, don't update right away. I guess that would be my recommendation. Even if they tell you, hey, you can update to the
James
brand
Bond
new
says,
operating
at
system.
Thomas Vermeeren, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, don't update to the newest operating system. Give it 6 months. Let them work the bugs out. Then upgrade. Otherwise, the phones are usually pretty good. They don't have the best camera. You know, they usually got a okay camera. They're not the best camera. They've got okay. They're literally they're okay. There's nothing ever special about a Pixel. They don't have the fastest processor. They don't have the best camera in most cases. You know, they don't have the most impressive hardware specs. It's kind of a vanilla phone. It works. You know, it's all about you'll always get the newest updates first with a Pixel. That's really what it comes down to. Oh, I want some more hot dogs.
Fry TV says, I would say an Apple fanboy should not talk shit about the Pixel.
I've had Pixels. I can speak on about the Pixel because I've had them. I've got an Android right now. I've got a fairly modern Android still.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, nothing is a very new brand. By Exapo people, they say it FNAC. James Bond says, Thomas Vermeeren, Oppo and TCL are good brands too. The Chinese always ahead.
I don't know about TCL. They make some really cheap crap. I don't know if they're stepping it up.
Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I don't know if TCL is actually upping their quality. They've always been the bargain basement crap brand. So I mean, hopefully they're upping their quality. But
Thomas Vermeeren says, TLC is Gabon, not. Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, Philip TV ain't good. The one we have at home here is very cool, but the Dutch are tech dudes. He.
that this is going to be our last project. So it should be a short day. That's good.
James Bond says, TCL now is much better than a few years back, and at Thomas Vermeer and every Chinese company has government involvement. Huawei used to be one of the best Android brands until US shut them down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy that they did that. I don't know what Huawei was doing, but...
At Thomas Vermeer and says, Philips is good, but they don't do phones.
Oh, we got enough cheap Androids. We don't need another garbage Android from another company, so it's good that Philips doesn't get into the garbage Android phone business.
Sweet Thing says, okay Yao, I'm checking in. I'm out in the flower beds with my garden trolley of tools, taking Kenny to pick up his truck from the shop, then back to the flowers for me.
Gotcha. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Giving us an update on your progress.
At Fry TV says, I have 105 apps on my Samsung A51 and I would say about 30 of them are not on the iPhone App Store.
Alright.
At Thomas Vermeer and says, Eric, you are very chillax we see.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm kind of tired. I keep on staying up way too late, sitting here trying to get shit working. I can't tell you how complicated...
James Bond says, at Sweets thinks I will be over to your channel in a while, friend.
Yeah, I can't even explain to you how complicated it was to put that stupid bar on the very bottom so that you guys can see what the cellular bonding stuff is doing. It's
Fry TV and you don't have to pay for those apps, I bet either, LOL.
Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeer and says, hey Sweets, how's ya day? James Bond says, Sony was another brand who used to make great phones years ago.
Yeah. Sony made a lot of good products back in the day. I don't even know, what does Sony really make anymore? They make cameras, I think.
At Sweets Thing says, lalalala.
I mean, really, what does Sony do these days anymore? They make some stereos, probably. Probably some headphones.
At Fry TV says, I had to pay for about 5 of them at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV that's not bad at all considering how many you have downloaded. At Richard Bishop TJ4E says, good afternoon Eric and Chris Ayers.
Good afternoon. I gotta clean my mirrors. They washed the truck.
Sweets Thing says, I got 2 good phone call today. The truck is ready. Yeah, and the boat will be delivered tomorrow between 2 and 4 from the marina.
Cool beans. You gotta do some live streaming from the boat.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeer, and yet I had an Ericsson phone years ago, haha, it had the physical buttons on it way back around 2008.
I think I had a Sony phone, but it would have been like way back in the day.
At Thomas Vermeer and says, hey Richard, how's ya day 2? At Fry TV says, Sony still makes good phones.
Alright, I'll have to take your word for it. I'm really surprised that you say Sony makes good phones because I'm pretty sure there's no headphone
James
jack.
Bond says, that's about it now, Sony PlayStation and the DSLR cameras.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of surprising your Fry says Sony makes good phones, because I guarantee they probably don't have a headphone jack. Otherwise, he'd have one and not be rocking a phone from
At
2019.
Richard Bishop TJ4E says, hello there, Thomas.
What is a cop car doing towing? It's got to be a privately owned car.
James Bond says, thanks at Sweets Things. At Thomas Vermeer and says, Richard, very chillax day of mine and recycling trash later on.
I'm gonna run in here real quick and just grab something. I feel a little off, like I need a little sugar. I know I've been cutting sugar out, but
At Fry TV says, the new Sony smartphone coming out this year is the Sony Xperia 1A.
Yeah. I'm gonna get some sugar because I'm just not feeling that hot. That's when I'll get it.
At Sweets Thing says, yes, I plan on doing streams from the boat. Will be fun. Considering doing it for members only lit, then release it after that. James Bond says, first phone I had was a Nokia, but not the 3310. It was the one with the huge antenna on it and would fit in my dad's car phone holder. At Fry TV, really have not even heard anything about Sony in ages in regards to phones. Okay, Eric. At Fry TV says, Sony Xperia 1.8 will indeed come with a 3.5mm headphone jack. James Bond says, at Fry TV, that's amazing, and yes, I get pissed off my Moto G86 has no jack, so I'm forced to use an adapter. Thomas Vermeeren says, Sony and Nikon and other Japan brands are great. We are home drive at a Japan Suzuki W Epic Nat. At Richard Bishop TJ4E says, hello there Fry TV. At Sweets Thing says, whoop flop. I'll check back. Much loves Yael. At Fry TV says, hey at Richard Bishop TJ4E. At Thomas Vermeeren says, buy sweets. At Richard Bishop TJ4E says, hello there sweets things. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Epson is also great.
Epson.
At Fry TV says, the best looking live streams from 4 years ago was on a Sony phone. Ask me how I know. Beta Boy had us convoy and it was a Sony phone.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren aha cool. See you soon sweets. At Fry TV I remember people used to stream live in 4K back in 2016 and 2017 and YouTube changed things so now I never see anyone stream in 4K anymore.
I did my gaming channel in 4K. I could probably do 4K in here, but it would just cost me stability. I mean, when we've got a strong signal, I could always change it to 4K just for shits and giggles.
@FryTV says, Sony had many of its mobile phone fans kind of worried for a hot minute there after it announced a joint venture with TCL at the beginning of this year, which will effectively relinquish control over James Bond says, cool Erica's I used to watch a guy called Omar Gosh, and if you look at his old ghost hunting videos he live streamed in 4K in 2016 somehow.
Yeah. I mean, live streaming in 4K, it takes a lot of data. That's the problem.
@FryTV says, thankfully, the Japanese giant came in shortly to confirm that there is no change in status for Xperia phones. James Bond says, @FryTV, well, that's a sigh of relief. Thomas Vermeeren says, 4K and 8K is too heavy for streaming and 720p ideal, and 2080p is also good for live streaming.
Yeah. I mean, you see what it takes just to keep a, out in the country, obviously.
1080p.
To keep a live stream going just at 1080. I mean, back when I was in the convoy, we were only streaming at 720. But we were also doing it with one phone
4K
setup.
is 2160p and 8K is 4320p. James Bond says, yeah, it must have cost a lot back then, as no unlimited data packages in 2016 that I'm aware of.
Trying to think.
Yes, Thomas. @FryTV says, 4K live streaming is not real uncompressed 4K, so it's a waste. James Bond says, @FryTV, yeah, I think YouTube downgrades the quality. I like how you have churches everywhere in Wisconsin. Here in the UK they turning the churches in mosques as no one goes to church anymore, lol. Thomas Vermeeren says, Some live stream it's only max use 720p for 2B sure, and live streaming in HDR is that ideal. @FryTV says, you can't stream a raw video feed like 4K. An uncompressed 4K live stream video feed would be extremely large in terms of data.
Yep.
For a 4K resolution at 60 frames per second, you might be looking at data rates in the range of gigabits per second. James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, it would be laggy, I bet too. At Fry TV says, streaming an uncompressed 4K video at 60 frames per second with 10-bit color can require anywhere from around 12 up to 18 gigabits per second of bandwidth. At Richard Bishop TJ4E says, Eric, I enjoy these country roads.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yikes, no wonder we need 6G internet then, LOL.
Well, here we get
At
the...
Fry TV says, so when you see people talking about streaming at 4K, it's a lie.
Here we get to test the antenna again. Because we're going to go through trees. They're repairing my antenna to see how good it was.
James Bond says, okay, Fry. At Thomas Vermeeren says, but 4K HDR/8K HDR vids are real.
Well, I think the antenna survived that. Suppose I should get out and take a look.
At Fry TV says, so my point is all the 4K live stream you see are very compressed and will never look that good as a video upload of 4K.
Yeah, but they still look better than 1080. They may not be a true 4K, but I mean, they're still a higher than 1080.
James Bond says, trees, yikes. At Fry TV, yeah, even when I live stream in 1080p, it looks more 480p here, LOL. Thomas Vermeuren says, Fry, HDR vids are real. He? Fry TV says, well no shit 1080p does not look as good lol. James Bond says, yeah. Thomas Vermeuren says, 1.500 euros. 00 is expensive. James Bond says, oh no the sound's gone and video is bad. The Gawkert guy says, muted?
No, the receiver, battery died on the receiver. Unfortunately, I can't plug the receiver into the truck off of power because you'll get a really bad hum. So I've had to run the receiver off a battery pack. And it doesn't constantly give it power because when the receiver's fully charged, it turns off the battery pack. So I've got to remember every once in a while to check it, but I can't see the receiver to see the power all the time while I'm driving. Ultimately, I want to get a new phone.
TV says, I still say a smartphone should never cost more than $300 max.
Yeah. But like I said, so when I get a different phone, I'll be able to wirelessly hook the mic to the phone It just doesn't work very well with this model. Once I get to the USB-C model, it'll be charged off the phone, so the receiver will never die. And it's a limitation of DJI. It's not the phone. There's a way you can digitally connect to DJI. We've got these little adapters. Here's a USB-C one. And then here's the old Lightning one connector. And they'll plug into the to the bottom of the receiver, and they'll send audio to, from the phone or to the phone, whatever, from the microphone, which is great, okay? And then it has a USB-C jack on the side. But if you plug this thing directly into your phone, you couldn't charge your phone. So it was stupid. And if you plug the charger into the receiver, it wouldn't send power through to your phone, which is such a stupid design. It was just such a poorly done design by DJI. You would think that if you've got an adapter that plugs directly into the phone, and you've got a USB-C jack on the side of the device, that if you can charge the device, you should be able to charge through it.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, no need for a phone to be over $300 unless it's made of gold or something, LOL.
Or it's just good. Maybe it's just good product. You guys are just so used to dealing with cheap phones. Cheap phones with cheap quality. You tell me that a good phone that's $300. It's not just a heap of junk. I mean, we can go round and round. You ain't gonna win. You guys can debate me all day long. I've got my mind made up. You're not gonna convert me.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Jeez, but today are the newest phones AI phones and computers AI computers WAI processors." At Fry TV says, "My A51 is a badass phone and it was less than $300.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. You bought it. You bought it back when money was worth more. Nowadays, a truck is $100,000. Houses have doubled. In today's money, that wouldn't be a $300 truck anymore.
Eric will revert to the religion of Android, haha.
Nope. No, I won't. I'll have one kicking around just in case I need to use it for some menial task, like a dog. I'll treat it like the stepchild that nobody wanted living under the stairway. Only drag it out when I need to use it, and then put it back in its dark hole, never to be heard from again, because that's where it deserves to be. I mean, if you want to go Star Wars or Star Trek
At
on
the
me,
Gawkert guy says, Eric, resistance is futile. You will be converted. Ha ha.
hey, if you want to go Star Trek with me, I don't know. Have you ever watched the show Voyager? They resisted pretty good. So did Enterprise.
James Bond says, LOL Eric.
So obviously it wasn't futile, that as futile as they said it was. I mean,
At Fry TV says, you are right about that. Money does now have the buying power.
so again, judging a phone from 9 years ago that was $300 is basically saying it's a $900 phone now.
James Bond says, at the Gawkert guy, good to see you fellow fandroid LOL.
Fandroid. Hello, go-kart guy. Well,
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hey Gawkert.
this iPhone fanboy there, Fry, is doing all this cool shit on his iPhone. You show me your Android that does this. Which you can't, because there is no app designed to do it. This multiple camera stuff, all of this stuff is being done on my iPhone. Show me your Android that can do what I'm doing right now. Multiple camera angles, all that. Come on, speak up. Speak up, Android boy. Show me your Android device that can do bonding the way this is doing it. Oh yeah, IRL Pro can bond 2 connections. That's it. But one of them has to be a hotspot. I mean, shit and giggles. I mean, here. I can have as
At
many.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, nice place at yours, by the way.
Yep, thank you. I mean, here. I can have another device join the network.
At Fry TV says, IRL Pro can do all that same stuff.
No, it can't. No, it can't.
Fry TV says, bullshit, IRL Pro can bond 3.
Alright. So you say. I'm covering the screen for a second. I just need to see something. Oh. Again. Camera's behind me. What the hell am I doing? Here. I'm going to change to this
James
camera.
Bond says, at the Gawkert guy, cheers.
I just want to see something real quick. Then we'll go back. Oh, look at that. Now we got 4 connections bonded together. I don't know. You want to see 5 connections bonded together? I could do that too. Show me how easy IRL Pro does that. Also show me how IRL can do it without using hotspot data. Do I need to keep going? You'll lose this one, Fry. I know you're stubborn, but you'll lose.
Fry TV says, and IRL Pro can do it all, and I can run it on Windows and Android.
Uh-huh. Yeah, with a Android emulator.
James Bond says, LOL, Eric is showing off.
Yep. Yeah, IRL Pro doesn't have any type of apps so that you can sit here and you can use your data without having it be a hotspot. I haven't seen that cool shit happen. Technology's out there. A company called PDA Net had done it for years, where they would do this same technology. Your phone would connect to another phone's app, and then that app would send data out. So as far as as your internet provider was concerned, it was app data. It was not hotspot data. Well, that's how Moblin does. Moblin does that too.
Thomas Vermeeren says, nice yellow green and the view is beautiful.
Yeah. Fry, unfortunately, you don't know everything. You like to think you do, and I will give it to you. You are a very intelligent
Fry TV says, I will never lose when it comes to tech as a tool, but you will win the Apple fanboy contest.
Yeah, Fry, it's not that you win, it's people just get sick and tired of trying to convince you how much you're wrong. It's not that you win. You know, you think you win because people just give up and don't care anymore. That's what it is. It's not that you won, it's just you just didn't give up enough that people gave 2 shits. They're like, okay, this guy is never gonna learn or listen. And they just stop fighting. Because you can only bounce your head up against the concrete wall so often till you realize that it's just not going to move. You know, so it's not technically winning at the actual argument. It's just winning at persistence. There is a difference. There's a difference at winning because you're right versus winning just because you don't give up your argument even though you're wrong.
At Fry TV says, I never said I know everything. What the fuck WHRN did I say that?
We might have to go back and get more asphalt. Because that pan looks pretty bare to me.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, AI phones. AI computing is nowadays the thing after smartphones. James Bond says, Fry is the master and the master knows all, except the combination to the safe LOL.
Yeah.
At Fry TV says, I know so much about stuff cause I have been wrong more than most people, so it's not about being right. I don't have an ego when it comes to tech. I just use the best tool I can find that works.
Yeah. Well, looks like we had just enough asphalt.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, AI yuck ice nowadays the tech. James Bond says, at Fry TV, trial and error is how I decide if something is good or if it's shit. Hence why I took y'all advice and sold my iPhone to try an Android again, and the Android for me works better.
new electric postal trucks. They look stupid as hell.
At Fry TV says, yes, for me all tech is just a tool, and if an iPhone would be that better tool I would have won.
I'm tired of banging my head against the wall.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Fry smartphones are over, AI phones are in. James Bond says, yeah, Fry, next up I want to know how Nixon made a phone call to the moon in 1969. Haha, what bullshit that was, haha. At Fry TV says, the one thing I see that iPhone is better is if you had an Apple PC than mine. At Thomas Vermeeren says, AI phones are just the evolution. At Fry TV says, I will not be brainwashed into getting a smartphone that does less and cost more. James Bond says, yeah, if you have an iMac then it makes sense to connect using an iPhone. At Fry TV says, I also use my phone like a phone, so I needed to have a real audio jack. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, I hate using an adapter or Bluetooth headphones. No idea why Motorola dropped the jack for the G86? At Fry TV says, the cool part about iPhones is most of the app on the iPhone will run on an iMac PC. I wish Windows had a smartphone still. James Bond says, yes, do what the AI Overlord commands and lend Eric a few quid too. At Fry TV, yeah.
Now we got audio. That's from the iPhone though. Audio. Yep. Got a hammer. I forgot I need a hammer to close my hitch. I took it out of my truck for some reason. I don't remember exactly why. And I didn't put it back. Spank you, sir. Spank you very much. What the fuck did I need that hammer for? Hey.
Eric checking things?
I don't know what happened. I had the DJI going and just wasn't switching over. It was
James
weird.
Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362. I am guessing he's trying something out?
I was trying to switch back over from the webcam back to our normal setup, and it didn't want to switch over. I gotta go and help them load this stuff up. It's working now.
At Fry TV says, yes, testing and tuning.
It wasn't a smooth transition from webcam back to the way we normally run.
James Bond says, okay, Fry. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric loves live streaming. Bob. At Thomas Vermeeren says, very damn good quality at the moment. James Bond says, yeah, Thomas. Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, very good HDR vid but not HFR stream. Thanks. HDR. Sleepy Joe says, yeah. Sleepy Joe says, putting chains on. James Bond says, my belly is full, just had myself some fried sausages and eggs with BBQ squash in a bat. Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, very vivid coloring, so creative. Sleepy Joe says, what is a bat? How much you weigh? Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, BAP is UK English, I think. Do I know it in American English, by the way, but no problem. Sleepy Joe says, I like the sky. I like the sign. Here he comes. James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362. I put the link there for you to see as it's hard to explain. At Thomas Vermeer and yeah, and lots of cola to wash it down, haha. Sleepy Joe says, our heat index is 101 degrees. James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362, same as we had in the UK last week too, hot. At Thomas Vermeer and says, Chris, also Belgian Dutch versus Dutch has differences, he. Sleepy Joe says, ha 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 he he he. I thought that meant you hit your head. James Bond says, LOL at Choctaw Countiwick 8362. Well, the bat was great, fills a hole. At Thomas Vermeuren. Sleepy Joe says, good job, Eric.
Oh.
Thomas Vermeeren says, "Chop, spot on." Sleepy Joe says, "Chris, James Bond says, at Choctaw County Wick 8362. Sleepy Joe says, "Let's go."
Let's go. I'm gonna plug the camera in real quick though. Plug the power into the camera. Let's go. This little Action 4, man, surprises the shit out of me. It just keeps on ticking. I mean, it is hot, like physically hot. And it's just rocking and rolling. It is physically hot.
James Bond says, "Okay, Eric."
Yeah, I got air conditioning. I'm sweating my ass off because I was outside. And I got the AC cranked. So I'm trying to cool off right now.
Sleepy Joe says, "You have air conditioning."
Yep. I'm a hot, sweaty mess.
Sleepy Joe says, "You have air conditioning."
Yep.
Sleepy Joe says, 102 degrees heat index here.
Yeah, it's 76 here. My truck says it's 79. So I don't know which one to believe. The truck can be inaccurate. Well, we're not sitting. Usually if we're sitting, the heat from the engine can make that a false reading, but with us driving, it's probably pretty accurate. So it probably is 79. But yeah, when you're just sitting there, the air around the truck just gets so hot because it's just sitting there.
James Bond says, well, my heater in my car is totally broken, haha. The resistor has broke, so when I turn the dial nothing happens, haha.
Oh, usually the resistor just affects 1, 2, and 3, and then high always works usually, because that doesn't usually use a resistor. So that'll be the only speed you have is high. You sure it's not your blower motor that went?
Sleepy Joe says, which dial is it?
So tonight I've got to drill some speed holes into the router and figure out how to mount a fan to it that hopefully I have sitting at home to make it stay cool, so I don't have to run the AC on full blast all day. Then I've got to take off the WeBoost antenna again and probably epoxy the bottom part because I didn't notice it was not
At Thomas
connected.
Vermeeren says, Eric has good vid quality today at the moment.
Yeah, thank you.
James Bond says, it's weird as it was working on 1, 2, and 3 but not 4. Now it's not working at all.
Yeah, this would be my guess there, James. My guess would be that your blower motor was failing, which put too much load on the resistors and popped them initially, and then when you kept using it on high, eventually the blower motor failed. So I bet you if you take the blower motor out and you try to bench test it, that thing's drawing way too many amps. That'd be my guess. Is you got a bad blower motor which took out the ballast resistors for the speeds.
James Bond says, speed holes in the hood of your truck too, haha.
I don't know about that. I used to run speed holes in the, I had a Traxxas 4x4 truck I used to race pretty competitively. We did outside racing.
James Bond says, yeah, that is probably what's happened. It did well to last 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, check the bearings. The bearings probably froze up, caused too much, if it's 20 years old. So yeah, probably replace the blower motor, see if fourth comes back.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I recycled the trash at the moment.
And then replace the ballast resistor. What was I talking about? That's the only bad thing about switching topics. Now I kind of blanked on what I was talking about. Oh, speed holes, yeah. So yeah, I used to take some of the fiberglass or the plastic bodies for for the RC cars, and I'd drill a shitload of holes through them, and then I'd put a little mesh fabric with a little bit of glue to glue the mesh for structural.
Sleepy Joe says, recycle, sorty hee 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 hee.
Yeah. Because I mean, I drilled so many holes that I lost some of the structure of the body. So I'd have to reinforce it with shoe goo, which is adhesive glue for shoes, and then some like weather screen type material. But it was great because when you jumped the truck, when it was coming down, the wind wouldn't take it like a parachute and fly it away.
James Bond says, okay Eric, as the resistor is only an 8 British pounds part and you were on about your truck you used to race.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think, you know, if high is not working, you're most likely going to put that in there and you're just going to blow it. I would pull that.
Thomas Vermeeren says, chalk sort indeed.
I would pull that that blower motor and amperage test it. You know, because if it's drawing way too many amps, as soon as you put that thing in, it's gonna pop.
Sleepy Joe says, about resistor.
Well, NARD 1968, maybe, I think it said. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining on.
AI Overlord says,
on
hit
Rumble.
The like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I appreciate it over there on Rumble. Yeah, we pretty much monitor YouTube, Twitch, and Kick for chat. I don't have any way to watch the chat in Rumble,
Sleepy
unfortunately.
Joe says, we throw it all in same trash.
But I did get a notification that you followed, so thank you very much. We're trying to find a platform that'll integrate all the chats so I can have all the chats working. Right now, TTS works with the text-to-speech, works with YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Doesn't work with Rumble.
The criminals hit siblings' shoes several times, ungluing them.
Well, that is why they call me Mechanic Eric there, James.
James Bond says, cheers Eric for the advice.
Yeah.
Thomas Vermeeren says, chalk not at Europe to be recycled. James Bond says, LOL.
Yeah. So our day's over. I gotta go back to the shop. I've gotta disconnect the trailer, which I hate doing when everything's on it, because that thing is such a pain to crank. I think I'm going to talk to boss
and about mechanics, otherwise I won't have a clue what a resistor is, haha.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get that drill attachment to spin the handle. I don't know. Because I'll tell you, I am so sick and tired of cranking this thing up.
Sleepy Joe says, yeah.
But I gotta go dump the little bit of asphalt that he put in the back of the truck. I can drop it at the shop, but you know, we'll wait till there's like an entire load worth of asphalt at the shop. Then we'll scrape it all into a truck and
James
go dump
Bond
it.
Says, only mechanic work I can't do is head gaskets. gearbox and clutch replacements, etc. The basics I can do no problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I haven't been a professional mechanic since mid-2000s. So, I mean, there's a lot of newer technology that I would probably shy away from. You know, they are getting way overcomplicated. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'll still fix out of necessity, but I mean, it is definitely getting to the point where it's kind of like, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not, I'll let somebody else fight for that one. A heater core nowadays? No, I'm not ripping the entire dash of a truck apart. Could I do it? Yeah. Have I done it? Yeah. Do I want to do it? No. I don't want to strip the entire dash of a truck out just to change the heater core. I've got no desire. So I pick and choose my jobs very carefully. I also know what my limitations are. You know, I know what I can and can't handle, which is a good skill. There are too many guys that think they know how to do something, you know, and they get get themselves into into high water.
James Bond says, "Yet I found out a new Mercedes has 49 AQ modules. Haha, that's crazy."
Yeah, that is crazy. It's stupid too, because all they're really doing is they're saving on wiring. If you put a device on a network, okay, instead of having to run individual wires to each function, you can sit here and just run a communication wire to a module and tell that module to run the other wires. So you're saving on wiring. That's really all you're really doing. I mean, yeah, you can do some more cool integration. You know, obviously the computer can tell the window, tell another device, hey, roll down all the windows, roll up all the windows, you know, stuff like that. You know, it gives them more functionality, but I don't know. Yeah, this CAN bus setup thing in the car, I think it's stupid. I think it overcomplicates the vehicles. They don't need it. They don't need all this complexity. Just make it simple. Keep it simple.
Fry TV says, 48 volt.
What about 48 volt?
James Bond says, electrical work in cars is a pain in the ass. I used to own a Citroën ZX from 1995 and the wiring loom had a cut in it somewhere which was causing a fault. Mechanic a nightmare with that.
Oh yeah. That's part of the problem too, is you're randomly looking, you're trying to trace all these wires for a random fault that literally could be anywhere. I mean, just diagnostics of a car costs so much money nowadays. Because it could be anything. It could literally be anything.
James Bond says, yeah, why not make cars the way they made them in the 1980s and 1990s when they just were?
Emission standards. Fuel mileage regulations. The government fucking you over again. That's what it is. That's the reason. That's 100% the reason why cars are, trucks cost $100,000. The government thinking they can do a better job running the country. Trust me, anytime the government gets involved, you're always fucked. we still would have simple engines, but the government mandated that vehicles had to get a certain mile per gallon.
Fry TV says, Tesla is going to a 48-volt system to use a smaller wire.
That doesn't make sense. They're like super high voltage, and the higher the voltage, the smaller the wire. So why would they come
Thomas
down?
Vermeeren says, now lesser quality than when Eric's testing it was better, but nice lip.
Yeah, that the difference is this is using Moblin through SRT getting sent over to the laptop. The other way is the direct.
Sleepy Joe says, the wires isn't like routed the way printers are.
The other way is the actual webcam feature between the phone and the laptop. So it's probably a less compressed, better connection altogether than the way we're doing it now.
Says, I don't do political things, Eric. Nicer things to talk about for me, man. Hihihi.
Oh, we weren't talking left, right. We were just talking about how trashy the government is. It is what it is. Fry, the only way I could think that you're talking about is they're swapping out their 12-volt battery to 48. Sometimes you got to be a little bit more descriptive.
Says, yeah, government needs to stop messing with people's lives. As
Yeah.
in the UK we got it bad. People have become lazy and dependent on welfare. Universal basic income is not a good idea.
Yeah. But that would be my guess of what you're talking about, 48 volt, is that they're getting rid of the 12-volt battery. Oh, look, I was exactly right.
Thomas Vermeeren says, but Eric, I live at Bell. What have I to say? Hoo hoo.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, I mean, it affects you too. I mean, you know, it's, you know,
James Bond says, at Choctaw Countiwick 8,362 ouch.
Our government mandating higher emissions regulations affects the rest of the world, because then everybody else follows the leader. You know, GM and whatnot.
Says, no, on the 12-volt system they are going from 12-volt to 48-volt.
Yeah, I responded to that already. That's what I guessed when I thought about it for a second. But yeah, I mean, you know, if the United States government pushes.
Thomas Vermeeren says, at Bell is live good as positivo society we are. Hoo hoo.
Yeah. But I mean, if our government pushes for higher fuel mileage ratings and stuff, all the R&D, they're not just going to throw it away. They're going to just integrate it into all the cars all over the world. That's what they do. Now we've got catalytic converters and DPF systems and all this crap that really doesn't do much. I mean, if you're so worried about the environment, why don't they do that to one of these tanker ships or one of these cargo ships? One of those transport ships that transports cargo from China to the United States puts out more pollution than probably most of all the cars combined.
Sleepy Joe says, just like California.
More than all the cars combined in the entire United States. From one ship. One ship! I'd be more worried about the emissions of the one ship than I would be about doing emissions on all the vehicles in the United States. That just seems to make more sense to me.
Vermeeren says, but no place is 100%, but are is 99.99%. I am proud to live at Belgium for what I hear what Eric is saying. Man, oh my.
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe says, I saw where a man was running his truck on wood.
Oh yeah. wood gas. They call it wood gas. It's a very cool thing. I really like the idea. It's not very practical.
James Bond says, the other thing is they want to ban eating meat. Have you seen how sickly the vegan people look? We need to eat meat to get protein and protect our immune system.
Yeah. Wood gas works really well for generators. I mean, anything where you can pretty much have like a very... It would work well in like...
Thomas Vermeeren says, guys and Garrett, beautiful place at the View. Next topic, my ears, hee.
Yeah. I mean, wood gas would work really well like in that Tesla or Edison motor truck, where you've got a generator that's constantly generating power at a certain RPM. That would work really well. I've seen a lot of people run home generators off of wood gas. It's a very cool, if you've got access to wood, it's a really cool idea, really cool technology. In a car, it can be a little finicky. I mean, if somebody refined it...
Thomas Vermeeren says, at Bell nowadays not much that kind of talk, but talking about the daily things and living, that is so nice.
Yeah.
Hee.
Oh, by the way, did you guys notice I cleaned the windshield? I promised I would. I didn't do it over the weekend. I did it this morning, but I did keep my promise and clean the windshield. No, wood gas is a very interesting setup. I like it. I mean, but it all depends on your access to free wood or cheap wood. But it doesn't seem to do well. You know, it could. Obviously it could. If somebody were to do like some type of monitoring system, computer monitoring system.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric has his frustration. They must be living at Bell as I hear him. Hee.
Yeah. But right now it's a lot of tinkering. There's no like official wood gas carburetor to say, you know. I mean, there's some companies that do make some wood gas generator setups, so I mean, I guess, but I don't know. It is cool. I like it. It's a very cool technology. I still think that hydrogen is going to be the fuel of the future. At least from what I'm reading. I think that once the world can start adopting the technology...
Sleepy Joe says, students at Mississippi State retrofitted a Chevy Equinox on hydrogen and it got over 104 mpg.
Yeah. Japan made a technology called red hydrogen. I believe it's Japan. Where it's part of their nuclear reactor process, but it's not...
Thomas Vermeeren says, but Eric, yeah, do a great job, man.
It's not actually, they don't use the electricity that they generate from the actual nuclear power to convert through electrolysis. That's the old way. Somehow it's in the actual nuclear fusion process. They get a byproduct. So it's just a byproduct of the nuclear process that they get hydrogen. So the biggest thing with hydrogen, the reason that we don't use it is the expense of the fuel is too high. That's why hydrogen hasn't taken off. It costs too much to make. You have to use so much electricity. You've got to use so much electricity to generate that to make hydrogen, to either break up the water to get the hydrogen and the oxygen to split. So it's just too expensive. So if this, like I said, if this red hydrogen from Japan or whatever actually becomes more popular and it brings down the actual cost of hydrogen, I could truly see where hydrogen could take over the world. Because one of the advantages of hydrogen is the only byproduct is water. You burn it, it turns back into water. You run it in a hydrogen cell to generate electricity, and again, your only byproduct is water.
Sleepy Joe says, criminals are stinging my hand that I am holding my phone with.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's not good. So yeah. So you guys have gotten to sit here and kind of see which cell service is doing what at what time and how strong the different connections are, and I don't know. We're getting to the point where we're gonna shut this down. We're almost back to the job or the shop. Kind of don't feel like doing the work of redirecting. I might. I gotta take a look at some stuff. I guess the turn signals on the truck aren't working right. They busted the...
Sleepy Joe says, that's why Toyota wanted nothing to do with electrical cars.
Yeah. I gotta check. I must have a light out somewhere because I got a really fast blinker all of a sudden. Then
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, you not banned meat, just more and more vegan veggie too to make it possible like me. Man, but vegan is not so good as veggie vegan, and in the back I put BBE, 7 days and 1 week at that.
The red pickup truck, I guess the turn signals aren't working right. I gotta go play mechanic for a little bit. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of done with streaming today.
Change my name to Indian Outlaw.
Yeah, we can do that when we get back to the shop real quick. Can't do that when I'm driving. Yeah.
At Fry TV says, someone just called in sick, so I have to cover for them. Wow.
I don't know what to tell you, Fry. You are in a horrible, horrible situation. I do not envy your situation at all. I actually feel very bad for you.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, chalk that your own decision to do. It's up to you.
It really feels like these people are walking all over you. And unfortunately, they got you kind of by the curlies. So it's not like you can just tell them to go fuck themselves and send them packing.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, yeah, that meat-free stuff is not good for you.
I love it how they call it the impossible burger or impossible meat, because it's impossible. It's not real. They even know it's impossible. That's why they call it that.
Fry, it must be raining.
They call it the Impossible Whopper or whatever. It's because, yeah, it's impossible. It's not real. It's fake. They know it's fake. They knew it was fake when they named it. It's impossible.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris vegan, but veggie can be healthy in falafel and company, but I am flexitarian. James Bond says, at Fry TV, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, yeah, frustration. Oh my, glad to live at EU if I hear you. UUW.
Okay.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, I tried eating meat-free stuff, it made me unwell. Sleepy Joe says, just make it from soybeans.
Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, but you can eat falafel veggies burgers, not fake meat of course. He. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, I will check it out.
There we go. There you go, Choctaw. You're not
At Thomas
an Indian
Vermeeren
outlaw.
says, but Eric, yeah, views are nice, enjoy that in live and yeah, juke jobs. Man.
Yeah, I don't envy you. Let's see.
Good. At Fry TV says, yes, you are right, Eric.
I gotta pee. I'm gonna go cheat and I'm gonna go pee behind one of the pieces of equipment quick.
Indian Outlaw says, thank you, Eric.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, yeah, architecture's on the road. Are nice, man. Lucky you, man.
Huh. That's weird. It's really weird.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, the pastel houses at the View are great, man.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. That's why I do it. Only cost me $120 a month to do it. But I did get somebody that donated $50. I mentioned this a little while back. So we're only $70 short of covering the stream for the month. But we've got an entire month to cover $70, so I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out. Somebody within the next 30 days will come
Indian
up with.
Outlaw says, I got tired of being sleepy. Now I will need my tomahawk.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna send you over to Heartland Trucking. Those are my buddies, Gary and his wife. They're team drivers. Great guys. Same kind of content, kind of sorta. You guys should probably have a good time over there. So, you guys take care. Have a great evening, and I will see you guys later. All right. Let's go. Don't forget to do your crosses and your wrench crosses and stuff, and let them know who sent you. All right.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yep. Don't forget to let them know who sent you.